this lo-fi girl gotta shut up. She gotta go way down.
Do you like my stream starting screen? It's very effective. Hello. How y'all doing? How do I stream again? I had to like update OBS and everything, and I didn't know if it would actually work because a lot of the stuff changed for it. But yeah, hello, hi, everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. What time is it in other parts of the world right now? It's like 10 a.m. Pacific time. We did daylight savings time here recently. So everything's kind of topsy-turvy now. Normally I interact with people, because trying to schedule the stream for yesterday as well. Normally I'm like, oh, do it at 5 p.m. because that's when I normally upload. So like 9 a.m. your time, and then 9 a.m. Pacific ended up not being 5 p.m. here. So it was 4 p.m. here. I shouldn't have talked about time. It's been so long since I've streamed, I forgot that everyone is a bunch of monkeys in chat who just want to type their time. Oh, I've made a rookie mistake. Anyway, give it a bit for everyone to jump in. Is the volume good, by the way? As you can see, I still have a nasty cough. It's good? Okay, cool. I'm still sick. You probably can't hear it, but being an asthmatic and you get a respiratory virus, that shit slaps the shit out of your lungs. Definitely gotta stream more? I should. I just don't want to. Makes me anxious to stream. Whenever I stream and I see people interacting live, I'm like, oh, it's great. But then every now and then it's not, and it makes me anxious. You know, I'm sure anybody with anxiety in chat? Hardly. People who watch a YouTuber, they don't get anxious. Voice and video has a bit of a gap. Yeah, because it's a DSLR camera and I don't test this shit. And if it has a tiny gap, it's not that noticeable and who cares? Anxiety and asthma? Double threat, double jeopardy right there. Same. ADHD, asthma, IBS, among other bowel issues. Health-based anxiety. What else we got? I got the whole shebang. Rocking a whole bunch of nonsense up in my body. Too powerful. Did you do the editing on the iris? I'll talk about all of that in a minute. And you guys can ask questions and everything. I just want to give people a chance to jump in and not talk about stuff immediately. But it's nice to be back. It's nice to stream. It's so different streaming on Twitch than it is on YouTube. Even yesterday, it was an absolute mess. Even with the longest slow mode on, I still don't know how... I guess it's just that's how chat looks when there's that many people. I mean, having what, 6-7K people here versus the 40,000 that were there yesterday, it's a bit different. We don't talk about the pipes. You only don't talk about the pipes because you hate the pipes, because you're bad at the pipes. What's up, Dan? Dan, how far are you into Persona 5 now? Have you played 50 hours and got 10% through the game? I tried playing Persona 5 years ago when it came out on PS4, and I remember spending 24 hours in the game. I didn't just sit there for 24 hours. I remember checking the time and it said I had like 23 to 25 hours played. 34 hours in, beat the second boss. Yeah. That's kind of where I got to. I was 24 hours into the game. I was about to take on the second boss. And then I was like, how many of them are in the game? And I looked it up and I can't remember how many there are now. And I was like, no. I go back to work in like a week, or it was like 3 days. I had taken time off for Christmas at the time. I was like, I'll finally play Persona 5. And it was just way too long. It's a great game, don't get me wrong, but I'm not a teenager with infinite time anymore. And I tried playing it again recently because it came out on PC and Xbox and everything, and I got it on my PC and I was trying to play it there, and I got past the first boss and I was like, I can't. I think what gets me with that game is, and this is probably why people love it, is that the pacing for me is a bit all over the place. It's like if you want to play it properly, there's no proper way to play it, but if you want to do like, you get all like the social links, or you get all the materials and all the charisma up and all that kind of stuff, then it's like, okay, you spend a whole bunch of time doing that and talking to your friends and getting your social links up and increasing your personas and everything, and then that takes such a crazy amount of time, and then you get into the dungeon and then it's like, okay, finally, here we are, dungeon time, let's do it all at once. And then I do it all at once, and it takes me so many hours to get through it, to get everything, because of course I'm going to get everything. And then I beat it, and then it's just all back into all social stuff again. I think the way I need to play it is to go back and forth between the two areas more, to kind of keep my brain going. Because otherwise I just get too much into one and then too much into the other, and I'm like, I kind of miss just walking around Tokyo. I'm like, I kind of miss fighting things. Really, I'm the problem. The game is amazing. The game is one of the most stylish games I've ever played. And I'm just... yeah. Dan, you get it. You're playing it right now. But that's just the aim of the game. That's just the way they are. They just have so much in them. And to be fair, for the price you pay for games these days, you're getting 100 hours out of it. Probably more with the Royal Edition. Wheelie Bin, thanks for the subs. Oh, thanks for the subs. I haven't said that in a while. How's Gab? She's great. She's chilling. Getting ready to record, actually, I think. If I finish it by Christmas, I'll take that as a win. Good luck, Dan. I don't think you will, but you will have completely ruined your career in becoming an anime-only streamer. And everyone will be like, remember when Dan played other games? He's been playing Persona for like 4 years now. Bring back the Sam plushies? No. They had their time. If you didn't get a Jumbo Sam plushie, then you weren't a real fan. Don't you remember the tweets? No, they were comments, not tweets. They were made by a different company way back in the day. I'm not with that company anymore. Haven't been for a very long time. It didn't end well. And now I don't really do merch in general anymore. I'd rather focus on the coffee and cloak. I don't want to have like another thing that I'm making that is taking up so much time, and I have to promote, and there's so many other things to promote and brand deals to do and everything. It's too much. It's too many things. And I also just don't want more things for you guys to have to buy. A lot of merch just feels like, here's merch because I need to have something else going on outside my channel. And it's usually not something that's that amazing. Cloak I fully get behind, and coffee, because those are like, I have such a huge hand in those, and I'm in on them like all the time, and they take up a bunch of my time, and I really love crafting the stuff with them. But I don't want to have another merch thing alongside that. And U2s? Yeah. I have another one coming. I would say it's a spoiler, but I haven't said what it is. And YouTubers are like the things that every time I have one coming out and I'm like getting ready to drop it and the YouTube's people are talking to me about it, it's like they've leaked it on their Discord, or they leak it is people find it in files somewhere, or it leaks somehow. I'm like, how do people all know what the YouTube's is before I've even announced it? How does that even happen? So I'll just say I'm doing a new one and not say what it is, and that'll be the surprise. What are they gonna do? Get mad at me for saying that we have a new one coming out and making people aware that something's happening that they can buy? Oh no! Your coffee is and it was asterisked out, so I'm just gonna take that as an absolute win. Who helped out in the project? Okay, now we can talk about it, because I think people are filtering in and have filtered in, and anyone that cares is here. Let's talk about the Iris stuff, because I've been working on it for a really long time, and it finally came out yesterday. If you haven't seen it, or don't care about what's in it, as in like the spoilers aren't gonna like get you. Camlight, thank you. Midnight oil, just dark enough. And I wanted to go even darker with it. That was the darkest blend they had, and I still wanted to go darker, but I'm glad you like it. If you haven't seen the Iris stuff, we did a stream yesterday. That was a whole interactive experience. I've been working on it for 6 months with Hyper RPG, and we put together a game in Unreal Engine that you could interact with through YouTube chat. So you would put in a command in YouTube chat and it would actually change the game live. We ran into some issues that we weren't aware of until we actually went live, which is that it was twofold. One is the latency issue, which YouTube has 3 latencies that you can do. It's normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. And I thought, well, I don't want to do low latency because the normal latency is normally fine anyway. Between when you guys type something in chat and I see it. Like if you type something now, the last comment I saw was top of the morning Jack by Blue2. So that'll give you a sense for how much delay there is. And on YouTube, it's normally pretty fine if you're like reading out donations for Thankmas or you're just interacting with chat in general. But for something like this, it's like you want the commands that people are putting in to actually have an effect on the stream live then and there immediately. But I had it on normal latency because I thought, well, low latency might make chat a bit too fast for the bot that's reading chat to change the game. And apparently YouTube tried to avoid it with like massive amounts of viewers. So if we had like 1,000 viewers or like, well, we have like 8K here now. If it was like that, I think it probably would have been fine. But there was like 44,000 of you at one point on that stream. And I think ultra low latency would have messed it up. So we had to avoid that. And I was like, it'll be fine. And then we went live. And then when you guys actually typed something in chat versus when the bot behind the scenes read it versus when it changed it on the game versus when you saw it, it was like 20 seconds. Which, I mean, 20 seconds isn't a huge amount of time, but for something like that, it started to really add up after a few hours, especially with some of the games, because it was like by the time you guys saw the game, the timer was already running down, and then by the time you started interacting with it and trying to figure things out, like the timer was like halfway done, so it got a little tricky. So we increased the timer like after the stream started. We were able to do that on the fly, and I was on calls with them for like the entire stream, going over it and making executive decisions all the time, being like, okay, change that, don't change that, increase the timer here, pause the timer, let them have a bit more chance to do it. Because it kind of got away from us a little bit. Yeah, we paused the timer on purpose. But the the problem with it was, initially, I was like, okay, I won't give people any feedback on what commands are doing what. Because the whole idea of it was, the whole game of what was happening wasn't the puzzles that you were solving. It was the social game to see if everyone in chat could work together to figure out what to do. So you guys were technically the game, not the game itself. So you guys interacting with each other was sort of like a social experiment. It was kind of inspired, well, it was inspired obviously by Overnight Watch that we did years and years ago. when people were typing like /zoom to see if it would do anything. And of course, back then it didn't because it was all pre-recorded. So this time it was like, let's do a stream like that, but actually have it work. And of course, we didn't give you /zoom because that would have been way too obvious. So people were typing it, and that was my way of trolling you. The whole thing was kind of a troll as well. But some people didn't take it very well. A lot of people were having a great time with it and were just there for the experience and had a lovely time. But some people then were starting to be shitheads in chat, and I was like, I don't want that. I kind of want the experience to be fun rather than frustrating. But as we were doing it, I was like changing stuff in the background constantly. I forget what I was talking about initially. Oh yeah, it was inspired by that, but also our place on Reddit, where people were able to put like a pixel, which I did like a video on YouTube as well for anyone who doesn't know what it is. So every like minute you were able to place a pixel, and I was like, that's such a cool idea to see what people do with free reign of this kind of thing. And I was like, let's not give people any feedback on what they're doing for the game, because I'm really curious to see what people theorize, what people think is actually happening, what commands are actually happening. Will people curate lists for each other? But as it went, so a lot of people were doing that, and I saw people on the Discord were making like lists of like, okay, for this game, these commands actually work. For this game, these commands work. And that's really cool. That's what I wanted. I wanted to see people kind of curated, and then some of them we made a bit too hard, like a slide puzzle with 40,000 people doing it, as well as the delay. The delay is really what fucked it up. Because everyone was doing great, but once they realized the delay was happening, then it made the lack of feedback annoying. Whereas normally if it's like somebody types in something and if it changes, then you can kind of backwards engineer it. But the fact that the delay was happening meant that people were kind of getting frustrated with it rather than having fun. So about 2 hours into the experience, when you guys I think had one puzzle done. That's not even the craziest part. Okay, initially, the stream was going to last for 7 days. It was going to be way more complex. It was going to have way more bits to it. It was going to have way more puzzles, way more Easter eggs, and way more complex ways of figuring out how to solve the puzzles. And it was going to be that after every day you would get one of the videos and then the stream would close. And then it was like, okay, you got this video of Chase today, stream closes down, you guys are hacking in, Iris are aware that you're hacking in, close off the stream, firewalls are up, and then it would come back the next day. And for 7 days you would do that and get a different video every day. And that was supposed to show like the passage of time for Chase, so that it was actually happening in real time. So Chase is in the Iris place for 7 days. And each video is like a separate day that's happening. And it was supposed to be like that. And then I was like, that's fun in concept. To say that out loud is really fun and crazy and complex. And it's like, whoa, you fucking madman. But when we were thinking about it, it's like, that's just going to get annoying. After like day 2 or 3, people are going to get really annoyed and bored. And it's not going to be happening fast enough. And the video is just... It wouldn't really matter what the videos are, unless it's like hour-long videos. It just wouldn't have been satisfying enough for people. So then we settled on 3 days, and we still didn't even do that. It was the one you guys actually played, the finalized version of it, was supposed to be 3 days until we were 2 hours into the stream, and I was like, okay, that's not going to work. So it was going to be day 1, you would do it however far you got. Because we didn't know how far people would get. It was either going to be you solve everything in an hour or you don't solve anything the first day. And it could have been anything in between then. And I got really worried wondering how that was going to be. Because then if you do all one day and you get like 6 of there was 8 videos total. And if you get 6 of those, then it's not worth coming back the next day for 2. Especially since the last 2 were like the finale and the one before was just a setup for the finale. So... as we were live and seeing how people were interacting with it and seeing what people were responding to and seeing sort of the different... It was like 2 hours in, I was like, all right, how are people enjoying it? And then some people were having a great time and then others were getting a little frustrated with it, and then the lag was getting to us and we couldn't really change stuff on the fly. I would have had to close down the stream and start it back up again, and then we didn't know if that would work. So I thought, let's just kind of like speed things up. Because the other aspect of it, there was two things that were killing us as we were live that we didn't know until we went live, was the lag with how much you guys inputted stuff versus how much it was actually affecting the game. But then the second thing was AutoMod on YouTube was killing so many comments all the time. Like, when you guys started the game, a lot of you were guessing letters for the password at the start to hack into the computer, which was great, because we made that one obvious. Like, there's a password, you either guess all the word or you guess letter by letter. That was fairly obvious what to do, so you guys got it pretty quick. But you started guessing letters like /A/B/C, and it was going to work as if 20... How many letters are there in the alphabet? 26, 27? Oh God, this is not knowledge you need to know day by day. But let's say 26, yeah. Let's say 26 people guessed A to Z, back to back, one after another. It would have typed out the password immediately. Well, not really, because it was HERE, so you would have had to guess E again. But it would have typed it out pretty quick. But AutoMod was flagging all of the like /A/R as like spam. Because I guess why would you type that in chat normally? So it started to like cancel out everyone's comments. You guys couldn't see it because that's how AutoMod works. It's the same on YouTube comments. If you type a comment, you never get to know if it's hidden or if it's not. So there was so many comments coming in that we were just, me and the mods were looking at it, and it was just like, you can show the comment or hide the comment, and it was just back to back, just streaming amounts of comments of people being cancelled out by the AutoMod, and we were like, great, didn't think about that. I think Cammy brought it up in the Discord like 10 minutes before we went live, and I was like, right, I didn't think about that. And I went into my settings and I was like, I can't figure out, because the other solution was to turn it off, but then you get like slurs allowed, I guess, or at least a lot more words that shouldn't be allowed. So it's like, we just have to guess and see. So we were like clicking show on all the comments that were coming through, hoping that the AI would learn and the machine would learn eventually to be like, okay, this is fine, we can let them through. And some of them got through. So some of you were actually interfacing with the password and actually putting in the letters. That wasn't us. Sometimes it would, like, I think the very first one, because we had to restart the game behind the scenes, that we had to type in a couple of the letters in the beginning because we saw them come in, but the system wasn't registering them. And then it started to register them afterwards. So we gave you a couple of them, but you guys had already guessed them. So we didn't like give you anything that wouldn't have shown up anyway. And then once you got into the game and it was like words like /zoom or /A1 or C3, it seemed to be fine with those. So it was only a problem for the password ones. And even then you guys still got through it fairly decently, but that's why we paused the timer sometimes, because it was like, it should be working, but it didn't. And that was one of those things that we didn't know until the system was live. And then it's like, it works technically, it's just a little more tedious than we expected. So we weren't going to take down the stream or the game or anything like that. We did have fail safes if like the internet went out or something. Sadly, OBS crashed. That wasn't intentional to split the streams in half. Although, again, I made it all foolproof so that whenever anything happened, it looked like it was in universe and it was in narrative, because it happened right before the finale and we had like server maintenance come up. But that wasn't intended. I was just like, okay, think smart. How do we make it look like that was supposed to happen? And then everyone thought it was supposed to happen, so great. But it wasn't supposed to happen. We triggered an effect in one of the rooms before you guys saw it to be like, okay, get ready to like show this to everybody, and it crashed OBS. So there was like the 1920s filter that showed up on one of the puzzles with the Silent Night music, that we triggered that at one point to go through the rooms, and it just, the second time through, it just crashed OBS. So we were like, okay, fuck, what do we do? Let's just back out of the stream, get it going again. I guess if it was to happen, that's the best place it could have. Either, yeah, because people were excited enough for the finale anyway, with Auntie showing up, that I guess if it was to happen, that's the best place to do it, because it built suspense. But whenever a stream goes down, no matter what happens, you will always lose a massive chunk of viewers. Like if my stream now went down, I would come back and it would be like half the viewership. it's just what happens. Some people are like, oh, the stream's down, I'll just go about my day. And they realize that they don't actually want to be here. So when that happened, we lost like 10k people, but it was fine because it was like the end of the stream and we were going to wrap up anyway. And part of the fun of these that I like doing is when everyone talks to each other. It's not like, it was very obvious how lacking people's attention spans are these days when the game started. Because it was like a half hour in and people were like, can't we just have the answers? Like, this is so boring. This is so like dumb. Can't we just see the videos? I'm just here to see the acting. I'm like, because I'm coming from a place that when I grew up, I watched Lost. And that still like inspires a lot of the stuff that I do now, where it's like you got an episode every week. And then you spent all week, you got an hour episode. You spent all week talking to your friends. I call them the water cooler moments, where like on break, you would just talk to your friends endlessly. You would go on forums. There was no like Twitter and stuff back then. So you would just go to forums to see what other people were saying. And like the Lostpedia forums or whatever, you would go there to like look at theories that people were saying about what was happening and what was going on. And everyone was coming up with so many great things. And the longer people were left with it, the better the theories got. And then you would have a whole season end, and then it would be like a year before the next one, and everyone would do the same thing all over again for like 10 years of doing that. And then some people couldn't even last a half hour in that stream. Obviously, that's not everybody. The people who are really into it, and the diehards, and the mega theorists in the community, and the people who watch all that stuff and are super into the egos, were loving it. But it just kind of like soils the mood when other people are complaining. I'm like, man, it's just the modern way of people consuming content has kind of like ruined them, like the Netflixification of everything, where thankfully we're kind of moving away from that. Like Apple TV and Amazon and HBO still do weekly. So it's still just Netflix that's like, here's all the episodes, by the way. And even they're changing that. Like Stranger Things came out with like however many episodes, then stopped, and then came back with 2. And I think season 4 is doing that as well. It popped up on our homepage. I was like, oh, is the new season did they have a date yet? And then it was like part 1 coming February, part 2 March or something. I'm like, oh, so even you don't like that you dump everything at once anymore because you need to keep subscribers. So, I mean, this is not why I do it. Subscribers don't work the same for me, but the way like Disney and everybody have to keep subs paid is that you have to like space it out so you'll stay there and actually pay for the subscription. But I was like, I like when I release something and then people have something to digest, and it's not all the answers. It's not everything given to you. It's like small snippets. The story builds slowly. This isn't something that I'm like that thing we did yesterday is not the end product. I saw a lot of people saying it ends on a cliffhanger, and I'm like, yeah, this is like a stepping stone project to get back into it. I have like so many other versions of this project on the go already and talking about it that I'm like, this is like one aspect of it that I want to do like 4 other things as well next that don't all happen at the same time. Like it's a trickle out system. It's not going to happen all at once. I'm not a fan of when that happens because then there's nothing to talk about. It comes out, the internet all goes crazy for it for like 2 days, and then a week goes by, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, I missed that. And like the internet just moves on so quickly that I'm putting my foot down. I'm changing that aspect of the equation where I'm like, I can trickle it out for you, and then you're forced to have that conversation. So it's not like, oh man, that sucks, there wasn't enough. It's like patience, like relax, sit with it a while, figure out what the story means. I'm not giving you all the answers, and that's the point. It's fun to go away for months and like theorize with each other. That's why some of the stuff is as good as it is now, because it's been built up for so long that we've actually written a better story as a result of that. Like if I jumped back into this stuff after I did the first anti stuff and really like went hard on it then, I don't think the story would have ended up good. I think I would have gotten a lot of stuff out for the sake of it and done something that I would have been proud of at the time. But now I've taken time to actually like think about what it is. And Sophie, Turquoise Magpie, has been helping me like write a bunch of it as well. And I think what we've come up with is far more interesting as a result of that patience. So So all I ask is for, I mean, the people who are here watching this stream know that already. But all I'm asking is for your patience a little bit as well. To just sit with it, have fun with it. It's not all about getting to the finish line immediately. Like, this is something that I'm probably still going to be working on in like 5 years. That bits and pieces of it are still happening. Obviously, you'll get more answers as time goes on. I'm not going to keep everything from you all the time. Like who certain characters are and where they come from and what they're doing, what the motivations are. Like that stuff will come. You just need to wait. But yesterday's stuff, you got a shit ton of lore that we've never talked about before. And I uploaded something on Twitter. Or should I say Iris did? I keep thinking about that being like, how much should I keep secret and how much should I not? And how much should I like keep it in universe? And I'm like, people know it's me running the account. Like it's fine to say it and still have people, because it's part of like pulling the curtain back and being like, haha, it was I behind the Iris account. And then everyone's like, no. It's like, people know already. It doesn't really change the fact that people are still going to role play along with Iris anyway. But it's fun to trickle stuff out through there as well. Eventually, I want to make a website for it where people can go and kind of like interact with different elements of it there. And guys, you have no idea. I have so many ideas for this universe. It's crazy. And I'm like, okay, one step at a time. I'm my own worst enemy because I want to do all of them all at once. And then I'm like, okay, that's the way none of them get done. Or take a really fucking long time to get done. So I'm like, okay, pick your battles. So this was one took a little longer than it was supposed to because certain things were like getting in the way, and making a game is not easy. To even get the most simple things implemented took a bit of time. So I had to pare back a ton of ideas to make it a bit more streamlined. And I'm glad I did, because I think it made the narrative a bit more focused and it kept you in that atmosphere better. Who's canonically running the account? Iris, duh. But yeah, I guess I should go over some of it as we, like, I can bring up some of it on screen. Can I don't know. Ho-ho! The Anomaly Found Chase Brody video is number 13 on trending. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm really happy about that, because these are the types of projects where I'm like, they're so different and so out there that when you put them out to YouTube, it's like, how is this going to go down? I have no idea. Is YouTube even going to send this to people? Are people interested in it at all? So you're kind of like throwing it out to the wolves to be like, it's up to you now to see what happens with it. It was the same with the stream. I'm like, either 100,000 people could show up or like 10K. It could be anywhere in between, or even less than that, or more than that. I don't know. And I guess that's part of the fun. But also I'm like, we worked really hard on this. It took 6 months of working. I spent, I think, like over $120,000 just making that stream happen, with all of the like game development, hiring all of the people to work on it, hiring all of the like live action elements of it, hiring people for cameras, lighting, sound, the set itself, like all of those different types of things. 6 months of game dev, hiring everybody, making sure everyone's actually like getting the time and the money they deserve for everything. Was like, I think that was what the initial budget was, but I think we went over it in the end because we rented out a second space. When we went to the space to rent it out, we initially rented out a police station, and the interrogation was going to happen there, or the interview, whatever you want to call them. But it was like an interrogation room. And then we went in and I was like, this is supposed to be in like Iris, and Iris is a more like cold, sterile environment, and it's not like, it's not in like some random room you can like walk into Iris and like walk down the hallway and then it's there. Like, it's obviously several layers removed from that because of what's going on at that company. And I wanted like a more sterile environment. So luckily, right next to that, where the interrogation room, right next to that, the wall touching it was a different set for a hospital. And we went in and I was like, this room is perfect. Because it's square and it has no windows. And it's just 2 colors on the wall and it's cold and it's dead looking. And that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted it to be like really uninviting and uncomfortable to be in. And the other room had like a window with a blind on it. And I was like, I guess we could hide that in camera. But it had like a 2-way mirror room in it, or like on one of the other walls. And I was like, no, I don't want to have to like hide stuff. And then the other room felt perfect. So I was really happy with that. But because we rented a second space, we had both of them for the entire day. And I think just the 2 sets alone for the entire day was like $16,000. Just so you could, or not the entire day, for 3 days. We filmed the whole thing over 3 days, just those live action elements. So, and like hiring a producer to make sure everything's in check and organizing budget and organizing like everybody behind the scenes. Like this shit costs a lot of money to make. And obviously you're never ever going to make that kind of money back on anything because the live streams don't make any money. It was interesting seeing that people thought members were the only ones that were able to interact with the live stream, which wasn't true at all. But I didn't want that narrative to like continue, that people thought I did it to like make more money to get more members. So that's why I tweeted out about it. I'm like, I'm not letting you guys say that and like put words in people's mouth. And I even turned like super chats off because I was like, this is going to be really popular. And I was like, we could maybe make some of the money back on the stream. But I was like, I don't really like how that looks though, because that looks like you're trying to just make money out of people as well. So I like turned that off as the stream was going, or before the stream happened. Because I was like, I don't want people to think that. So it's funny how people thought I did certain things to make more money, when in actuality, I pulled stuff away and lost an absorbent amount of money on the project. But it's fun, and I can make it back with like YouTube videos in general. So please go watch them. Like the Anomaly Found one. Well, I uploaded that to get, like, everybody can see all the live action elements, and the stream quality has to be lower than a YouTube video. So they were so nice looking, I didn't want to like butcher the quality. So I was like, everybody should be able to see them in their regular format. And it's just fun to see them all back to back, I think. We spent a lot of effort doing them, and I was like, it's fun. I want to put them out there and have people see them. It's also easier to just go through it, because technically that's why you're playing the game. To get those videos, like that's the reward for finishing the puzzles. But yeah, what else to talk about with it? I'll go through it and like break down how everything was done and give over as much information as I want to about certain scenes, but that's about it. Will you sell tea as well? I do sell tea. We have 3 teas and hot chocolate up on the website as well. But I'm also excited about coffee for next year, because we've been working on a sort of rebrand in the background. Just visually, everything else will stay the same. Like the coffee is the exact same, the beans are the exact same, the hot chocolate. The tea flavors, I think, are probably going to change eventually, because they're easier to change than coffee. And I don't know. There's so many more types of tea than coffee that it's more fun to like change them around, I think. But we're gonna spice things up with the coffee next year, and I'm very excited about it, because I think where we have it at right now is very cool looking. Seasonal rotations, yeah, that's also a thing, because like sometimes, like coffee is kind of an all year round sort of thing, but sometimes in like Christmas you want a different tea than you do in like summertime. You don't want like a really heavy tea, like a winter tea, when you want like a summery, fruity kind of tea. It's also just an excuse to try out more teas. Tell Aaron about Aaron and ours. Oh yeah. So, God, Aaron is an absolute fucking champion, because it was initially supposed to be somebody else playing the character. And I'm not going to say who, because people will then just be like, yo, that would have been better, or Aaron did so much better, that person would have been so much worse. And I just don't want people doing that, because it's unfair. Because Aaron did a fucking awesome job, and I'm very, very happy, because something, I'm not also not going to say what exactly happened because I think that will point to who the person is. But something happened as we were on set, and that person couldn't come to set anymore. They couldn't like be part of the project anymore. And we were like, fuck. And that was like, as I was like getting ready to film the first scene, we were like, what am I supposed to do now? So we thought about other people that would jump in it, and I'm like, who's the type of person I need for this character who's able to be like authoritative, has a great like commanding voice. And no, it wasn't going to be Mark. Mark was there helping be assistant director. So anything I needed done, I was like, he would come to me and be like, what do you need? I'll say, okay, this shot should look like this, this, and this, because I was like the overall director of the project. And then he'd be like, okay, got it. And then he would go off and tell the crew. So that's what an AD does, an assistant director. And he was very helpful, didn't step on any toes, did exactly what I wanted to do, was very, very, very good about it, very helpful, very good AD, very thankful for him doing that. And he like pushed certain scenes as well differently, because I had never done a production before, so so he was your bitch. I mean, technically, yes, but also he was very helpful. Because I have to be like on camera and like sitting there and waiting and like directing stuff while being on camera at the same time. So it's a little trickier. So I can't like get up out of scene when I'm supposed to be there for like focus tests and lighting tests and everything. And then I'm looking at playback to be like, okay, that's good. So it's like you need your AD there to be like, this scene is happening like this. Here's the script. We go through it beat by beat. And then he's like, okay, got it, goes off and tells the entire crew. So if lighting changes need to happen, focus changes need to happen, they're all aware. So it's a little trickier when you're actually on camera and directing at the same time. So he was very helpful in that role. But also because Mark and I have our own universes for things separate, we both agreed that we shouldn't have him show up on camera, because then people will just connect the universes together, which is not the intent, because they're not connected together at all. So because again, Mark would have done great. He's also a commanding voice. He has that, he like went through the scripts and everything with me, so he knew what was needed. But at the same time, he wanted to assistant direct. I also wanted him to do that. We didn't want to like, because it would have been easy, right? It would have been easy to just be like, throw Mark in there, everyone goes crazy, and then everyone like makes up their own theories about it. And it would be great for like traction on the stream and the videos and everything. But I just didn't want to like, cross-pollinate the worlds. Or people would come up with that, and then you'd have to be like, no, it's not like that. And then people would be like, well, what if? Just to keep things a bit more cohesive and keep people like in the universe more and not distract as much. But also, how many people are going to show up on 2 days' notice? So I messaged Aaron, and he immediately said yes. And he was an absolute trooper, and very, very few people would say yes in a situation like that. And then he got the scripts like that morning, so he didn't like know the lines by heart. So there's some, I mean, he did fucking awesome, and you can't even tell. But some of them were like, because we had more room with him. Like for my scenes, I did all start to finish with no breaks. Because I wrote the bloody thing, so I knew the lines and I was able to sit in it. And it's a little trickier to like act out the emotions when you're like cut, like after every line. And it's also, if you're doing a proper production, it's like you set up camera, you set up sound, the lights are all ready to go, you clack, and then you go. But then if something goes wrong, you fuck up your line or something, it's like you either keep rolling with it or you reset, and then you have to do all of that again. So sometimes it would be like, okay, let's do another one. And then you would reset, and it would take like 5 minutes just to start a new one. So it's like you want to stay in the zone as much as you can. But for Aaron's lines, we had more room because it was cutting back to him a lot more. Because for the Chase one, I was like, it should hang on Chase more because he's the focal point. He's the emotional center of all of this. So he needs to have the camera on him more, so we can't cut back and forth as much. And I wanted people to like stay in the moment more and like be locked in. And then when stuff gets a little crazy with like the flashing lights, and him like getting disoriented, like that's when you start moving the camera around more and getting a bit wackier with it to like reflect the sort of frame of mind. And you'll also notice there's like scenes where it's like up close on Chase and the camera is handheld, and then for Aaron the camera is like dead on and like on a tripod, because his frame of mind is not changing. His frame of mind is the same, but the Hopkins assessment is affecting Chase, so the camera should be moving to like let the audience sort of like swim in that a little bit more, which is all like, it's all like really basic filmmaking 101 kind of stuff, but it's all the stuff that really matters and really like sells the sort of moment more. So those camera movements are very on purpose. If you go back and watch it again and like take note of when it's moving and when it's not, and when it's kind of like in Chase's face versus when it's supposed to be the one you see in frame. Like we have one in frame on set, and then obviously that's supposed to be the one you're looking through, and then it moves to like a side profile, which it never would, but it's all about like getting the theme across and the mood across. But yeah, I'll go through it actually, bit by bit. But yeah, very, very happy Aaron took part in it. I'm proud of him, first of all, because he did an amazing job, but I'm so unbelievably grateful to him for being in it on such short notice and like really playing ball with us as well. Like not just showing up and being like, we're here again with Chase Brody, like getting shit done and then going home. Like he was into it as well and he had fun. But also Aaron and I get along so well, and we both have the exact same sense of humor, and our ADHD is a mirror image of one another. So we would sit there between scenes when they were like getting cameras ready, and we would be popping jokes to each other and making each other laugh, and then they'd be like, okay, you guys ready? And I'd be like, haha, yep. And then just go straight into like acting mode. And it was really funny. But goddamn. But also really happy for Mark helping out, really grateful to him for doing that as well. Because again, I had also never done productions before, so he was also there because he's done a bunch of them by now. And this was like a smaller production, so he was there. Like, don't be afraid to like ask for things, because that's me to a T. I'll be on set and it's my project and I'm paying everyone to be there and we have 3 days to do it, but I'll still be like, whatever you guys want, because I hate making people do things. Like, I want the light to be like that, and then the guy has to go and take it down over there and then put it up over here, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm bothering you so much. But I like got into the zone and I was like, no, it's my project. I want it to be good. I want it to be well done. And Mark was like, yeah, just ask for whatever you want. And I was like, gotcha. And then I did, and it worked out really well. But also Ethan was there. Ethan was on camera and he did a phenomenal job as well. Not only did he do exactly what I wanted and like brought my vision to life, but he also came up with some like good ideas himself on the spot that made it even better. So I'm really proud of him for doing that, and he fucking killed it as well. He also, the fucking sweetest ever. He also bought me this, which after it was done, he bought me this, which was like directed by Sean McLaughlin, Jacksepticeye, the Irish project. This is not the one from set, because those are just, somebody owns those and you just write whatever you want on it. But this is like a take one. And he bought this for me without me knowing. He was just like, just be aware something might arrive on your doorstep. And then like 2 days later, this came, and it's so nice. He's such a good gift giver. And I'm so unbelievably happy that he got me this, because I wouldn't have thought to get something like this for myself. And I really wanted something to commemorate the project for myself. So now I get to have this in the background all the time, and I'm so fucking happy about it. So yeah, I'm not only thankful for him helping out on the project, but also for that, because that's so incredibly sweet, and he's very thoughtful. But yeah, very happy with everybody else that was on set. Everybody was so like fun to hang out with. and they were really hard workers and just did exactly what we had to do. We only had 3 days to do it, and we really bumped up against the clock to get it done. Like right up until the very last minute we were supposed to leave, we were doing a scene, and then it was like, okay, pack up, immediately cut, no time for celebration or anything like that. So we just immediately got out of the building after packing everything down. So very happy with how it all went. Hyper RPG. If any of you watch Kolok that Ethan does, they do that as well. They did all of the like command stuff for the stream and ran the stream themselves. So I just gave them my stream key and they streamed it from LA. But they also made the entire game from scratch. Well, most of it from scratch. Some of it was like Unreal Engine Marketplace kind of stuff for where we needed it, because it was like, what's the point of making this from scratch if it already exists? So they did a phenomenal job as well, and I was on call with them all yesterday during the stream as well. And that was the thing, as we were live, it was like supposed to be 3 days, and then I was like, let's not. I'm like, I don't think it's going to be fun enough for 3 days. There's not enough. I don't know. It felt like there wasn't enough in it for 3 days. The mega theorists would have loved it, but I think for casual viewers, I'm like, I just want it to be fun, not annoying. And we didn't know that until we were doing it as well, and we got a better sense for the pace of it. And I was like, it's actually better if we get the videos out faster than just having it all take place over 3 days just because we said so. What about the turtle? The turtle was an Easter egg that Sophie came up with. To just have him walking around in there. So it was really fun. And then one of the puzzles, there were a couple of things that went wrong. The slide puzzle solved itself. We don't know why. That's game dev. We were testing the game like 3 weeks ago, and the mods were like, whoa. The mods were getting in and testing it out. So if any of the mods were pretending they didn't know what was going on, they're fucking filthy liars. They knew exactly what was going on. They saw the whole thing before it actually happened. Dirty bastards. So they, well, I'm very thankful they did, because they were bug testing the game for like 3 weeks leading up to it. And they were like trying out all the commands and like spamming chat to see what worked and what didn't. And it was, some of it just broke a lot. Like the camera wouldn't move, or the screen would go blank, or Unreal Engine like assets would just be shown. The camera would go way back and you would see it was just an Unreal Engine level. The Unreal Engine like light nodes would show up, so you'd see like behind the scenes a lot. And then just Hyper RPG worked their asses off and really like crushed the troubleshooting on it and made it work really well. But the slide puzzle, like even we tested it 2 days ago, or 2 days before yesterday, and some things like went a little bit wrong. Nothing that we couldn't fix, but it was like some assets would like show up wrong, like 2 like camera nodes. And then I was like, why are those there? We don't know. Get rid of them immediately. And it's fine. And it would have been fine if it happened, because people understand that things go wrong and nothing's going to be perfect unless it's all pre-recorded. But the slide puzzle solving itself wasn't supposed to happen. And we don't know why it did. We just cut to it and you guys went like zoomed in on the slide puzzle and we were like, why? And I was like, the turtle did it! Move to the next scene! So it was supposed to be that you had to solve every single room to get the puzzles, or to get the videos from the puzzles. But as we were playing it, because the chat lag was kicking in, it was like, okay, that slide puzzle is never ever going to be solved unless there's only like 100 people in chat. Because the mods solved a lot of them. Some of them they didn't solve. The sound off mods, which ones didn't you solve? Which one was your least favorite to try and figure out? Which ones made you feel like big dum-dums, basically? Yep, lock puzzle. Tic-tac-toe. Okay, full disclosure, I myself couldn't beat the tic-tac-toe. With infinite retries. I couldn't figure out how to beat it. I can't remember Mods, which one of you guys figured it out? I think you guys solved it twice in total, maybe more. But you guys solved it miraculously, and I was, Meg beat it. And I was like, I don't know how you did that. I was looking up videos on how to beat tic-tac-toe. And I was like, okay, I think I get it. And then I tried it out, and it didn't work. So, a bit of a secret. As you guys were playing it, you were playing tic-tac-toe, it was proving way too hard, and the lag was ruining it as well. I was like, we could just give you infinite time doing it, pause the timer, or just keep coming back to it, and eventually you probably would have brute forced it. But a lot of people, because of the lag, didn't know which one they were doing. And I was like, damn it, it would have been obvious if the lag wasn't there, like what interfaces with what. But because of that, we literally made the AI dumber. When I said, I believe in chat, and you guys were like, right before you solved it, like 20 seconds before that, we made the AI dumber. Like, brought it all the way down to its lowest difficulty, and then you guys solved it first try. And I was like, okay, it shouldn't have been that easy, because the engineer for the game was like, well, they're all pretty difficult. And I was like, well, shouldn't we just lower it to the lowest one then, if it's still that hard? And we were like, yeah, I guess so. And then you guys solved it immediately. And I was like, I thought it was supposed to be difficult. But it made it more fun because, again, it's more about the experience. You guys knew how to play it. And again, that was what the game was. The game was like trying to see if, A, how long it would take you to figure out that you were playing a game. And it took like a good 20 minutes before people even started trying commands. So I was like, okay, cool. And then what the commands were took a little longer. So that was like the trickle effect that I was hoping for. That was like the game itself, not the solving of the puzzles. So I was like, you guys know how to play tic-tac-toe. Finding the puzzle and figuring out what the grid was the game. And then like, eventually you're just going to beat tic-tac-toe. So I was like, I wasn't too annoyed that you beat it first try after we lowered it. And it was the same with the password ones. I was like, once you guys knew what the word was, we would like pause the timer to be like, just solve it. Because it's just not that fun if you know what it is and then the game is kind of like fighting back against you. No one likes that. So there was a lot of stuff like that we were changing on the fly and letting you repeat certain puzzles, like doing the password ones multiple times and the rat in the maze. Because we were like, everyone knows how to play rat in the maze. It's more fun than some of the others because chat is way more coordinated on it. So I was like, let them solve that one like twice instead of having to go to the pipes and the lock. The code for the lock was 1405, by the way. And a lot of you got it. And a lot of people knew why, because the QR code that was on the box linked to the Iris Twitter, which I put out a coded sort of message that wasn't that coded. It was pretty obvious. But it was like just to kind of like go down the rabbit hole a little bit. So people figured that out, but again, the lag made it impossible for anybody to either get through to each other, but also to put in the right numbers. So that, and then the pipes. The pipes proved harder than we expected it to. Because I knew it would take a while. Because again, it wasn't like bad design to be like, oh shit, like we should have made that a little differently. I made it intentionally obtuse because they came back to me and they were like, should there be feedback for when people put in something to let them know what is actually happening? And I was like, no. I want it to be chaotic. I want it to go absolutely wrong. I was like, if people solve nothing, great. But as the game played out, it didn't really go as intended. Again, the lag just kind of ruined it. So the chaos was part of it, and like not giving you the commands and having the commands be different per puzzle was all intentional to make it kind of annoying and to kind of like troll a little bit and make it chaotic, because that's what the ego content is all kind of about. And the hope was that everyone would band together either like on Discord or through the chat or like on Twitter or the community tab or on Tumblr or something like that, somewhere that people would start branching off into like their own pockets and like figuring things out. But again, trying to work that back into the actual stream would have proven quite hard. So basically you guys failed. Basically, you guys were big dumb. You couldn't even figure out pipes. You guys couldn't even beat tic-tac-toe until I made it stupid. You guys had no idea what to do. Slide puzzle? Pfft. Big dumbs. Oh, look at everyone in chat typing right now. Every single one dumb. Yeah. Capital D colon. The D stands for dumb. So stupid. Feel bad about yourself. Go find a mirror. Stare yourself in the eyes and think about how dumb you are. Look, I couldn't solve tic-tac-toe either on my own, but there was 40,000 of you and you couldn't even beat it. Why were you even in the bathroom doing tic-tac-toe next to a urinal? You're fucking weird. Stinky dumb weirdos. Why? Why were you in the boiler room? Why were you downstairs? What even was that? You guys are weird. But yeah, it was very fun. I had an absolutely wonderful time watching everybody try to decipher what was happening. So for anyone who's like, Jack's probably laughing at us behind the scenes. Yeah. I was having a great time. Though I was very anxious at the same time because I'm like also trying to make it still be fun for everybody. And also it took so much time to do and I was hyping it up so much. I was like, I want it to go well. I want people to know that it's actually happening. So I was very anxious at the same time. Like a good kind of anxious, you know, like nerves, like you're anticipating this thing for so long and you're kind of just sitting there waiting for people to figure things out. And then when you found the first video, I was like all giddy and everyone on our call, like behind the scenes, everyone was like quiet and watching people react. And I was watching the Discord live chat and the community tab on Twitter like fly by and seeing people's reactions in real time. It was super fun. So thank you for making it really, really fun like that. Just a wonderful experience from my point of view. So I hope you guys had fun as well doing it. Because also not many people have tried things like that. There've been some people that have done some really complex things like on Twitch. But as far as like YouTube goes, because we also had to like talk to YouTube a lot about the stream to make sure that certain things went well. I'm not going to talk about exactly what we asked because I don't know if I'm actually allowed to talk about what we did, but there was some things behind the scenes with like how chat interacts with the stream that I legit had to talk to YouTube about before they thought like something wrong was going on the channel. Like having 40,000 people suddenly out of nowhere all typing in commands and then behind the scenes they're like, is he being hacked? What's happening? So we had to avoid things like that. But not many people have done fully interactive things, especially not like building a game and then making it fully interactive for your chat to interact with. So I'm very proud of what we accomplished. What was the room with the generator in it with the lasers thing? I don't know, you tell me. What was it? It's a big building. There's a lot of rooms. A lot of science labs going on. What science were they doing? I mean, I know, but I'm not telling you. Did I film behind the scenes footage? No, because we were on a pretty quick schedule. But there's no bloopers or anything like that. Again, this isn't like a massive project. I mean, it was, but this isn't like the big one that I want to do. This isn't like, well, YouTube Originals doesn't exist anymore, but you know how people have like, I'm doing a show with Netflix or YouTube Originals or something. That's not what this one was. This is like the stepping stone to get to the bigger ones. So for like the really big ones where we have like fully acted out like a full fucking movie or show or whatever it ends up being, or another live stream, like those big ones with tons of content in it and tons of story where it's like, this is exactly what the story is, here's the conclusion to it. That stuff will all have bloopers and everything, of course. But I want to make it all, man. I want a fucking movie. I want a TV show. I want a podcast. I want comic books. I want figurines. Like, I'm not dipping my toe in and then being like, that's it. I'm not going to do it again for another 6 years. Like, I'm all in. It'll probably take a while to make all of these things because it takes a huge amount of time and effort and money to make things. Especially like animation. God, trying to look into like actual animation for how long it's going to take. Granted, it should, because if you want it done well, you have to pay a lot of money for it because you don't want to underpay anybody or crunch them or anything like that or take advantage of them. But if you also want to make animated stuff that's like longer than like 2-3 minutes, that shit costs a fuck ton of money. Like, if you want to make, let's say you want to make a 20-minute animated episode of something, you're talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for something that is like decent. Not even like the best of the best. You know when you see stuff like a Jujutsu Kaisen and you're like, holy fuck, that animation is out of this world. Or that Levi scene in Attack on Titan where he's like flying across the rooftops and it's like a whole extended 3D maneuver gear scene. That shit costs thousands of dollars to do for like 20 seconds. And I'm not saying I wouldn't pay for that. I'm not saying that I wouldn't like burn a hole in my pocket to actually get it done. Because I have money to be able to do things with, but it also just takes a considerable amount of time to do. So it's like if I had a story where I'm like, okay, I want a 10-minute animated video of an ego to be done. I think the closest you would get that out is like a year and a half from now. So it just takes a really long time if you want it done properly. You can probably speed it up, of course, or cut corners here and there. But I don't like doing that. I like things to look the way I want them to look. Am I going to make a choose your own adventure style game? No, I'm not going to do that for like the ego. I'm like a big project like that. I know everyone asks because that's what Mark's one is. I know everyone thinks that, oh, Jack's probably going to do one as well, but no. It would just feel too similar, and I have like certain stories in my head that I want to tell, and I feel like a choose your own adventure doesn't get that point across. I don't know, I have a very like specific type of story that I want to tell, and having a choose your own adventure means that you have to deviate from that story some way or another. You can come back to it for the conclusion, but I don't want to deviate from my story too much. We talked about having a choose your own thing for the game that we did and like working that into it, but I mean, technically you were choosing your own thing. But when I say that, I mean like if I ever do like a TV show or a movie style thing for this world and universe, that won't be a choose your own adventure. But it doesn't mean like a one-off video can't have it, you know? I guess it's not a one-off video if it's choose your own whatever. But like one of the smaller parts of the story, one of the smaller like rungs of the ladder. I don't know. It's hard to say like, no, I'll never do this, because then some idea comes up and it's like, actually that works perfectly for that. And then you just roll with it. So fuck it, everything's on the table. I'll just say there's no plans to make one of those now. But yeah, let's watch The Thing, shall we? Actually, I just have the video. I can just play that and make it like full screen. Let's move chat. This is you, chat. Hold on. Let me move this over here. And this over here. Shows my desktop and it just has big secret ego project. And it's like, 4,000 documents. Oh, full screen. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. That's you, chat. There you are, right there. This is what I'm saying right now. So if you type something in chat and you see it go by on the screen, that's your delay. Hi, Mom. I'm always paranoid about showing my desktop because I'm like, what if I accidentally show Discord and it's like all the stuff the mods talk about and I've invaded their privacy. Quick, mods, say something in the Discord channel right now, just in case I show it and it's just like farts, boobies, butt cracks. Instead of like all the mods normally write like, God, I fucking hate chat. This person is so annoying. God, I wish Sean would just fuck off. You know, God, they're the worst. They write such awful shit all the time. So I'm really just shielding the chat from the garbage that they write. Anyway, bye-bye chat. Wait. Silly lo-fi girl has to go away as well. But yeah, this is the file for the actual project. How do I, there we go. So interview 1. I don't know if we should watch it like start to finish and then talk about it, or just pause and unpause as we go. I don't know what people prefer. Let's just watch it start to finish and talk about it a little bit, and then we'll pause and unpause afterwards. We can just do both.
The date is October 18th, 2019.
Chunk Brogy!
Can you say your name for the record, sir?
Chase Brody.
Mr. Brody is a 5'8" white male, mid-30s. He was described as having appeared out of thin air by a passerby on the top level of a parking garage. Mr. Brody, can you tell us how you ended up at this location?
I have no idea. I mean, 1 second I was one place, and the next thing I know I'm somewhere else. Wait, what's going on? Where am I?
You're safe, that's all you need to know. So you don't have any recollection of how you got here?
No, I have no idea.
Subject has no recollection of spatial transition.
Wait, excuse me? Subject?
Apologies. What do you remember, Mr. Brody?
I was in the
woods?
woods? And then I wasn't.
In the woods? What were you doing there?
His voice is like my voice!
Not important.
We will decide if it's important or not, Mr. Brody. What were you doing in the woods?
I was taking a walk, trying to clear my head.
Do you recognize this facility?
Well, I don't recognize you, but this building is familiar. It's like I've been here before.
Mr. Brody, I assure you that you've never been to this facility before. We have no records of you even stepping foot in this building.
No, it's not like that. There's an energy here that I've felt before, but it's probably just deja vu or something.
Have you experienced other instances of this?
Like what? What do you mean?
Like feelings like deja vu, like something's happened before.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, everybody has. It's just the mind playing tricks on you.
Have you had any other similar experiences, like seeing things that aren't there, strange objects appearing out of nowhere, losing track of time?
No, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Of course. Mr. Brody, have you ever heard of Alter 114209?
Shout out!
I have no idea what that is. Wait, what's going on? Why am I here?
You're here, Mr. Brody, because we deem it necessary. Note, indicators show subject is lying about knowledge of Alter 114209. Use of the Dr. Hopkins assessment might be needed going forward.
Wait, no, I'm not lying. I told you guys, I have no idea what that is.
Don't worry, Mr. Brody. We here at Iris will get to the bottom of this.
Get to the bottom of what? When can I go home?
We're afraid that's not possible right now.
Well, you can't just keep me here.
Try to get some rest, Mr. Brody. Tomorrow will be a big day. This concludes our session.
How are you gonna rest in a room like this, huh? Oh, Chonk. Chonk brogy. Yeah, I guess we can go through like piece by piece. So this, for anyone who doesn't know, this takes place right after the Chase short that I did years ago. If you haven't seen it before, it's just called Chase in all capital letters on my channel. So go watch that and it'll like tie into this. This is like directly after that because he talks about sudden spatial transition, how he arrived at the top level of a parking garage. Were some of these parts removed from the anomaly found video? No. I mean, this is literally the file I uploaded to YouTube. I'm just playing it locally. It should be the exact same. You probably just misremembered it. VLC Media Player is the superior video player. On Windows these days? Absolutely. Their regular player fucking sucks.
Recollection of how you got here.
No.
I actually should just pause as I'm going. Sorry, I've made an executive decision to go against exactly that because otherwise I'm going to go back through it and I won't want to watch it all again because I just have my brain doesn't let me.
I have no idea.
Subject has no recollection of spatial transition.
Wait, excuse me? Subject?
Yeah, the spatial transition doesn't affect him, but the subject part, he's like, hold on a minute. What do you mean? But it's more to be like, that's how Iris would address somebody. You'll notice as well, as we go on, I get like more and more makeup to make me look incredibly tired.
Apologies. What do you remember, Mr. Brody?
I don't know why I like the way Aaron says that line. What do you remember, Mr. Brody? It's like, there's like a wave to it that whatever.
I was in the
woods.
And then I
wasn't. In the woods.
What were you doing there?
It's not important.
So the last time we saw Chase in the woods, right before he arrived at the parking garage, what was he doing? Drinking whiskey. He sure was. I don't know. You guys tell me. You tell me how much you're paying attention. The lore. Crying as usual. How fucking dare you? He's sad, okay? Visiting graves. Mourning. Grieving. Putting down stock photos on top of stones. All of the above is correct.
Decide if it's important or not, Mr. Brody. What were you doing in the woods?
I was taking a walk. Trying to clear my head.
Uh-oh.
Do you recognize this facility?
Well, I don't recognize you, but this building is familiar. It's like I've been here before.
Mr. Brody, I assure you that you've never been to this facility before. We have no records of you even stepping foot in this building.
No, it's not like that. There's an energy here that I've felt before, but it's probably just deja vu or something.
Have you experienced other instances of this?
So the whole like been there before, that's up to you guys. I'm not giving you an answer to that. But the deja vu line is my little like reference to the Matrix, because they talk about deja vu and that he sees like a black cat go by and he's like, huh, deja vu. And they're like, excuse me? Like in the Matrix, deja vu doesn't happen. So in this world, in this universe, deja vu has an explanation. There's like a scientific logic to why that happens, but I'll never tell.
What? What do you mean?
Like feelings like deja vu, like something's happened before.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, everybody has. It's just the mind playing tricks on you.
Have you had any other similar experiences, like seeing things that aren't there, strange objects appearing out of nowhere, losing track of time?
No.
He's losing track of time right now. He doesn't even know what's going on.
I don't know. It's hard to tell, of course.
Mr. Brody, have you ever heard of Alter 114209?
Boom, baby. Also, I've seen a lot of people write it Alter, A-L-T-E-R. It's A-L-T-R. So it's an acronym It actually means something. It's not just... It's just shorthand said alter, because no one's going to be like, have you ever heard of ALTR 114209? So ALTR stands for something. In this universe. So if you're ever writing it again, technically it's that.
No, I have no idea what that is.
And as we later find out, Alter 114209 is anti.
Wait, what's going on? Why am I here?
You're here, Mr. Brody, because we deem it necessary. Note, indicators show subject is lying about knowledge of Alter 114209.
And that line is there again to... There's supposed to be like a clear delineation. We don't show Aaron's face in the first clip because you're supposed to be cut off from this character. You're supposed to like feel how cold he is, how distant he is, how he's not interfacing with Chase properly. He doesn't really see... He's not empathetic towards Chase, hence why he calls him subject again. Like, he apologizes for calling him subject the first time, and then he calls him subject again, and it's like, oh, you're clearly not listening to him, and we're not seeing his face. So it's not that there's like, oh, big reveal, it's Aaron Hansen. It's more got to do with making Chase the focal point in the first video, so you know what you're supposed to be paying attention to. And the Iris people clearly don't give a fuck about him.
Use of the Dr. Hopkins assessment might be needed going forward.
Wait, no, I'm not lying. I told you guys, I have no idea what that is.
Don't worry, Mr. Brody. We hear
And then we hear that there's a Hopkins assessment coming. Which I didn't realize. If you search for like the Dr. Hopkins assessment is a real thing apparently. But I made up the name myself. I didn't Google like something and find that and then be like, oh, that works perfectly for this. So if you find the Dr. Hopkins assessment online, it has no connection to this one. Dr. Hopkins is someone who worked at Iris who made an assessment for people who have had interaction with alters. So... I don't want people going out like making a theory being like, oh, it means this, because I have no idea what's in the actual Hopkins assessment, and there could be something in it that is like disrespectful or shouldn't be mentioned, or like talking to somebody about it that's gone through loss or something. Like I have no idea, so I don't want to connect those at all and then have people go like, I can't believe Jack put that in his project. That's so fucked up. This is for like victims of XYZ, and I'm like, I have no idea. I literally have no idea what it is. I just Googled it and then saw that it was a thing, and I was like, fuck. But it's already recorded here in this, and Dr. Hopkins is like a person in the Iris universe, and I'm like, I'm not changing it. But I do want to say it's a fall risk assessment. There, it makes sense. It's all connected, guys. No, it has no... It has no bearing on what's happening with this.
Can't just keep me here.
Try to get some rest, Mr. Brody. Tomorrow will be a big day. This concludes our session.
Bye! Spoiler alert, he didn't actually walk out the door. He just walked into the corner, and all of the sound effects are added after. That's how Foley works in the entertainment industry. I don't know if this is like ruining some of it. Is this like this? I mean, I guess you guys want to hear everything about it. And I'm just always fascinated by how these things are made. And every time I see people talk about how they made things, that sometimes is more interesting to me than the actual thing. So I'm just going to keep divulging as much as I want to, of course. Now we get to see him. Also, this fucking patch would not sit on him. Once you see it, you'll never be able to unsee it. It would not stay on his fucking jacket. And in between every sentence he said, I'd be like, can you tap down your thing? Thanks. And he'd always be like, fucking, and it would be fine. And he'd get a line out, and then it would just come back, and so annoying.
The date is October 19th, 2019, and we are interviewing Chase Brody again. Use of the Dr. Hopkins assessment has been approved. Good morning, Mr. Brody.
Is it? Look how disheveled he is. He's been there for a whole day. He's pissed.
We're gonna ask you a series of questions to determine your state of mind. Now keep in mind we can detect if you're lying, so please try to answer truthfully. You okay with this, Mr. Brody?
So they can detect when he's lying because if you've seen the Watcher video on YouTube, that's like their camera systems are that advanced that they're able to actually like sense when you're lying just through the camera. Because the whole narrative behind the cameras is that obviously Iris make a lot of stuff, one of them being that camera with certain antimatter technology, but I wanted it to be sort of like what would cameras in the future be like? Because we already have like Face ID on our phones that's able to like scan your face. And I'm like, how long is it going to be before we have deep fakes already where people scan faces for hours and hours and hours and can supplant it onto something else and it looks real. How long will it be before you're able to scan someone's face through every gamut of every emotion, and then your phone is actually able to detect what emotion you're going through? And then the phone's going to be like, oh, it looks like you're sad. Do you need assistance? like it feels like a weird dystopia that is on its way to happening. Like, you look sad. Here, have some pills. Be happy. So that was kind of like that's where I was like extrapolating out the Iris cameras, the Watcher cams. So those cameras are able to like check Chase. And if you're able to detect like emotions, then why wouldn't you be able to just detect when someone's lying? And like they're able to detect heart rate. And I was that's a fun thing actually. Originally, all of this, like 1984, exactly. That sort of like Black Mirror-y, sort of like Big Brother's watching us sort of vibe, that dystopia. I'm just a fan of that kind of stuff in general. But originally, this whole shoot was going to take place from that one camera angle. So when you see it in interview 3, that camera angle from top down, the security cam, originally the whole project was written to take place from that perspective. So all of these interviews were going to take place from that one point of view and not change. And we were going to have stuff on screen that showed like Chase's heart rate beating. And when he got like uncomfortable about the assessment, the heart rate was going to go up and like go red. And when he said certain things, it was going to say that he's lying and telling the truth. And then people behind the scenes were going to be looking at it and being like, yeah, like a polygraph test. But when we got on set, I was like, well, that was also to kind of like cut corners, to be like, I don't know how this is actually going to look on cam. The room isn't right, so we can kind of like hide certain things that way. But when we saw this room and we were talking about it, me, Mark, and Ethan were like, we could do like reverse shot like this, like an actual production. And I was like, okay, I guess I gotta like really act now because people are gonna see my face. Because it was also kind of interesting to not be able to see Chase's face with the hat sort of blocking it, but I'm so glad we didn't do that because this worked out so much better and is way more interesting, and having everything from one camera angle would have been way more boring for a gimmick of stuff going up and down. And because that's why we released the Watcher Cam video first, to be like, originally that Watcher Cam video was going to be in the stream, but it didn't fit in because why would that video just show up out of nowhere? Maybe you guys hacked into the system and found this video somewhere. So we just scrapped that entire idea, and this was way more interesting to do it this way, and gave way more emotion and way more involved, and I think it paid off. And then it's more ambiguous what's lying and what's not, versus what Aaron says versus what the audience thinks is a lie, versus the back and forth and the Hopkins assessment. And making it more ambiguous makes it far, far, far better.
Do I have a choice?
Is your name Chase Brody?
Wait, shouldn't I be hooked up to like a bunch of wires or something?
I assure you,
like
our
a polygraph
technology is quite capable. That won't be necessary.
So he thinks it should be a polygraph because he doesn't know that Iris's cameras are that advanced.
I will repeat the question. Is your name Chase Brody?
Yeah.
Are you 34 years old?
Yes.
Are you taking the Dr. Hopkins assessment right now?
Yeah, I guess.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, how...
So in most like polygraph tests or lie detector tests, you need like controls. So you need to ask like obvious questions first, like, are you Chase Brody? Yes. And then it's like, oh, truth. And it like calibrates the system. So it's like to ease you into the test. But I feel like Iris wouldn't need that, but for you, the audience, it just gets you into the zone to be like, oh, it's like a lie detector test. Baselines, exactly. Is it a polygraph? Variograph test?
Would you describe your current mental state?
Why do you need to know that?
Please just answer the questions.
I don't know. A 4.
Have you ever felt an attack of fear or anxiety?
Yes, of course.
Do you feel safe?
Have you ever had an attack of fear or anxiety? Oh, there it is. Oh, brother. If Chase Brody was a sitcom. Looking good, brogy.
4.
He could have said fuck. Let Chase
Have you ever
swear.
felt an attack of fear or anxiety?
Yes, of course.
Do you feel safe?
Right now? No.
Do you regret your decisions?
What?
Do you regret your decisions?
About what? You're gonna have to be more specific.
Do you know where you are?
And he doesn't get more specific. God, look at that handsome man. If only my hair looked that good. Oh, baby. But yeah, a lot of these questions are actual, like, legitimized questions from actual, like, various different tests all around. They're not all from one specific test, but some of them come from, like, there's, like, mood tests or, like, psychological evaluations. There's, like, I looked up a bunch of different tests for, like, different questions. And some of them are that, like, have you had a attack of fear or anxiety? And then I think one of the tests actually had the do you believe in God question. And I myself reacted to be like, that is a weird question to ask somebody in a examination like that. So that's why I put it in and had Chase react legit like the way I reacted in real life.
Somewhere in Iris.
Do you know where you're here?
No. I keep telling you guys, I have no idea.
Have you ever heard of Alter 114209?
No, I told you yesterday. I have no idea what that is.
What was the first time you came into contact with Alter 114209?
Are you even listening? How many times do I have to tell you, I have no idea what that is?
So they keep poking him on it. Almost like they know that he's been in contact with him. Basically, Iris are very technologically savvy, so they know a lot more than you think they do. Also, people are asking, why is it a different hat from the Chase short? I didn't have that hat with me in LA when I filmed Chase, and I also found it again recently in a box from when we moved. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, gotta use that one again and keep it this time. So, canonically, it's this hat all the time, okay? Shut up.
All right, moving on.
It's
Mr.
just a
Brody, how
snapback.
many pictures have been shown to you so far?
Pictures? None.
How many sounds have been played for you?
None.
Are you easily startled?
No. I mean, maybe, I don't know, it depends on the situation.
What's the worst pain you've ever felt?
I don't know, I can't remember.
Do you believe in God?
Bit of a loaded question, don't you think?
Please just answer the question, Mr. Brody.
No. I mean, I used to, not anymore.
Do you believe in life after death?
Okay, no. This is ridiculous. No, I'm not doing this.
Ridiculous or not, please just try to answer the question truthfully. Do you believe in life after death?
No.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
No.
Have you ever lost someone close to you?
Okay, look, I've answered all your questions. I'm not doing this anymore.
We're not done with the assessment yet, Mr. Brody. Have you ever lost someone close to you?
I don't care if we're done with the assessment, okay? I'm not doing this.
Have you ever lost someone close to
Yes!
He angy.
I lost the only 2 people that ever mattered to me.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. This concludes our assessment.
Wait, that's it? What was the point of all of that? When do I get some damn answers?
Chases the audience right now. When do I get some damn answers? Huh? Mr. Septic? Come on, what does it mean? Yeah, moving on. I'm not addressing anything that just happened. Hey, look, I'm going to give you answers to some things, but not everything, you know. That's also why that line is kind of in there for give us some damn answers, because you guys say that. Yeah, so this was originally going to be the entire project. This was how it was like written initially. I'm so glad we didn't do that.
Hello? Come on. Don't tell me you're giving me the silent treatment now. It was just getting fun.
So this whole thing is that he's been here for 3 days now, and Iris have come in at like the same time every day. So he's like, okay, X o'clock, they're going to come in again. And now he's sitting here and they didn't show up. So that's why he's like, where are you? What's happening?
So, what? Am I supposed to just sit here and talk to myself? Oh, Iris, you're so amazing. It's like only yesterday we used to talk. I miss you so much. It's probably just me though, right? Should we see other people?
So sassy. Yeah, this kind of got lost in the filters and stuff. So a hatch opens and a ball comes rolling in, but you can see like these big long shadows of everything that I was a real big fan of on set. Like you can see the legs of the table, the chairs here, the camera. But because everything is like through a VHS filter and through a camera and through like this kind of tech, they just didn't really read as well on camera as they were supposed to. But they're there. You can see it when it's pointed out though.
What do you want me to do with this? I'm not a dog. Do you do this for all your guests? Or am I just special?
So I love how Trey edited this one, and I love that effect of the camera moving, because the camera doesn't move ever. It's just that one static shot for the entire thing and doesn't move at all. But we recorded in like 6K or 4K even. So a little filmmaking stuff as well. You record way higher resolution than you want, because even though the stream wasn't 4K, you can record 4K, and then if you zoom in on certain sections, you don't lose any of the clarity. It's still really high res looking at 1080p. Because if you have a 1080p shot and you zoom in, it looks like garbage. You start getting pixelation, you start getting artifacts. So the camera zooming in and like moving and everything is all manually done by Trey, and all the sound effects and like the little like stop to make it look like it's actually on an axle was all done by him. And it worked out really, really well. I'm really happy with the way that was. It adds so much. Some of these glitches, by the way, are VLC Media Player, not the actual. So if you see ones that aren't in the video, it's because of that. It's not, oh, he has extra glitches now. Like that one. Yes, that was intentional, by the way. I didn't let the ball fall on my face by accident. That was one. I was lying on the bed and Mark was like, can you just do one where it hits you in the face? And I was like, oh yeah, that's fun. It kind of like adds a more human element to it where everything isn't perfect. So it was actually really hard to get it to hit me in the face because I kept throwing it up and I kept going back and hitting the wall. And then it would like bounce down. I was like, well, now I have to like get up and grab it. So having it actually like go up and come down and hit me in the face was harder to do than I thought it would be. I thought it would be so easy to fuck it up. I threw that ball so hard. I can throw a ball really hard, by the way. He's so done.
I know you're watching. Hello? Anybody? Hello? Anybody? Come on. I know you're watching me. The light's on. I'll break your camera. Oh no! Help! Help! Oh, I've hurt myself! Oh, help! Fuck. This is what you want, isn't it? Yeah, you guys watching. I know you're looking at me. You sick fucks.
Swore! Chase Brody swore! Mom told me that he was family friendly. He was just doing trick shots a minute ago. Imagine if Dude Perfect at one point just came out and was like, fuck!
Can you at least turn the lights off? How am I supposed to sleep? Can you turn off the lights? Thank you.
A lot of these ones weren't in the script either. We just played around on the day.
Come on, this isn't funny. I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, he pissed.
Hey! Look, when are you guys gonna let me out of here? All right, it's starting to get really boring. I answered all of your questions. I told you everything I know. What more do you want from me? Hello? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh no.
Whispers.
No, not this again. No, please. Please go away. Please. Please, me alone. Please go away. What do you want from me?
There's a line we've heard before. There's like a bit here. Yeah, everyone's like, for free? Chase feet? When you can hear like the whispers kicking in.
Hello?
Again, it's subtle. That also, there was like it misaligned slightly, but there's a thing, if you've ever seen the Addams Family movie, and you know how Morticia Addams always has a light on her face, or like a light right across her eyes. That's called like the Shatner light, or the Shatner something, like William Shatner from Star Trek. If you ever see him in certain shots, if you look up like the Shatner light, you'll see a light on his eyes to like increase intensity. So that's like our homage to that, like the Shatner light across Chase's face. It's like a little glow. It's very subtle. Actually, it's not subtle at all, but when you're watching something and you're not like thinking about it, it just adds this like element that you're not thinking about.
Is this some sort of sick joke?
And here, you see it a second ago, the shadows on the wall were moving.
Oh no. No.
Like here, this is like the table leg, and it's like ever so slightly moving across as they like, sort of like to just visually symbolize that like something's like coming and like reaching for him, like the shadows are encroaching upon him.
Not this again. No, please. Please go away. Please. Please, me alone.
Please me alone.
Please go away. What do you want from me?
And that's number 3. now we're back to normal. Day 4. Oh, he pissed. He pissed. Iris didn't come back yesterday. Shit went wrong. Oh, he pissed. Chong Brogy.
The date is October 21st, 2019. We are interviewing Chase Brody once again.
Welcome back. I thought you guys forgot about me or something.
Mr. Brody has experienced elevated exposure levels since we last spoke. Levels in the room have also been increased.
Wait, what do you mean? I've just been sitting here. What have you guys exposed me to?
Mr. Brody, there are powers in this world that would seek to harm individuals such as yourself that we are trying to protect you from.
Bullshit! You think you're doing all of this to protect me?
He won't stop swearing. He's allowed to. He's been cooped up. Shit's been going wrong.
Believe me, Mr. Brody, we are. We're gonna carry out the Hopkins assessment again.
Oh, great.
As before, please try to answer every question truthfully. Is your name Chase Brody?
Yep.
Are you 34 years old?
Uh-huh.
Are you taking the Dr. Hopkins assessment right?
Yeah. Just ask the questions.
Honest.
It's like doing the baselines again, but this time he's like, I fucking, whatever, yeah, get it on with. Because he thinks it's just going to go the same way again, like they're going to ask the same questions.
Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, how would you describe your current mental state?
Well, I'm pretty pissed off right now, so rock bottom. What was that?
Do you feel safe?
No.
So now we've like taken the camera off and like moved it around. It made Aaron a bit more intimidating.
Are you enjoying your time here?
Yeah, no.
How does this image make you feel?
Very confused.
Do you know why you're here?
No, I keep asking you that.
Are you comfortable?
No.
Do you have any experience with Alter 114209?
No, I keep telling you, no.
When was the first time you came into contact with Alter 114209?
I haven't.
Do you know why you're here?
Wait, didn't you ask me that already?
Have you ever lost someone close to you?
Yes.
How many pictures have you been shown?
I don't know, 4?
How many sounds have you heard?
2.
Do you regret your decisions?
Yes.
Do you mean that?
What?
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
No, Yes.
Do you believe in life after death?
No.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
Stop.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly? Ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
Stop. Please, stop it.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
Stop asking me.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you?
Stop. Please, stop it.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence?
Stop!
Subject's exposure has increased to concerning levels. Suggest moving to second phase pending board permission.
What is this? What did you do to me? What did you do to me?
Nice. There's also some like hidden sounds throughout that. That I'm very curious which ones people pick up on and which ones people find. It's the same with like the whispers and stuff. I'm always curious what people are going to pick out of it. Yeah, I like this scene a lot. Oh, terrible occurrence. Oh, I've been impacted so significantly. There was yelling Mark. No, Mark doesn't appear or have any lines in this entire thing. All of that was Aaron. They just have very similar voices. All of the yelling was Aaron. We had him sit there and just say the line over and over and over and over again. And then I was like, okay, can you yell it? I was like, can you like cock your head a little bit and say it? Just to like have so much coverage that then you can just pile them all together and make a creepy thing like that. What's funny is that Aaron, he had a hard time saying that sentence over and over again. It's like when you say something often enough and it doesn't make sense anymore. So he was like, have you ever had a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly? Have you ever experienced a significant occurrence that has impacted you significantly? And I was like, terrible occurrence. To the point where he would like say significant occurrence that has impacted you significantly so often that I would just be like, terrible. That it sounded like I was telling him he was terrible at the line. I was just like, terrible. Terrible. Like so nicely just being like, terrible. No, you're terrible. So he just had to, he said it like 50 times. But it worked out. We got the effect that we wanted.
Stop, please, stop it.
And people asking like, where are the images flashing? You can see them. They're like hidden in the flashes. That flash as well was just somebody like next to Aaron had a giant spotlight and was just like flicking it on and off. We had like beats in the script for when it would come on and off. And then I was like, okay, now let's just do it, but flick it on and off whenever you want. Whenever you feel like one should come in, just do it. And we would just flick it on and off constantly, back and forth. But it came out really well. Everything married together with like the editing and the sound design was really cool. This music in the background that Robin found. Robin edited this one. It's weird. I didn't intend it to happen this way, but Trey edited all the odd number interviews and Robin edited all the even number interviews. So like 2, 4, 6, 8. And then Trey did all the other ones. But it just happened that I like sent them out the videos to like split up the work. And then it was like, oh, wait, you got even and you got odd. Weird.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you significantly?
Stop asking me.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence that has impacted you?
Stop, please, stop it.
Have you ever experienced a terrible occurrence?
Stop!
That as well. It was like we had lights like flashing all around us. We had like 2 people overhead with 2 lights, red and blue, going like this to add to the effect. And I was like, when I yell stop, like cut out those lights completely. And then Ethan was like with the camera like this. And I was like, when I yell stop, just like hold it as steady as you can. And then the whole scene just like cuts and gets very serene. I don't know. I'm a fan of that kind of like crescendo.
Subject's exposure has increased to concerning levels. Suggest moving to second phase pending board permission.
What is this? What did you do to me? What did you do to me?
Yeah, this sound. Curious if anyone knows what that is. Here we have the whispers again.
No, not this again. Wait, no, this is different.
So now it's like whispers, but it's not the same ones that like drove him mad earlier. Those +1 biceps though, yeah, Evelyn said the same thing. She was like, she saw the scene and she was like, hello? And I was like, what? Like, makes my arm look massive. Oh God, that's the fucking chonk right there. That's the chonk brogy. Yeah, Auntie comes in this room, Chase is gonna fucking deck him. Look how swole he is.
No, not this again.
What a himbo.
Wait, no, this is...
I love this sound effect.
Hello? Yeah, I hear you. Who are you? I'm Chase. Wait, where are you? How can I hear you? Help how?
So cool.
Can you get me out of here? Then why are you talking to me? Are you trapped here too? No, don't say that, no. If both of us work together, we can get out of here. What do you mean? How do you know that? you've seen him too? What does he want? Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean I'm special? No, 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 no. No, please don't go. No, please. I need to know. Echo?
Shout out.
Are you there? Oh, come on, please. Don't leave me alone here.
Yeah, so that's Echo. I'm not going to say who or what Echo is, obviously. That's still to be revealed. The Amazon Echo. But yeah, I love that those sounds, again, Trey did a great job on it. Because I was like, I want this to sound like... I can't remember my exact direction. But obviously, everyone knows how much I love like crazy sound design and cool sounds, and like I'm always just so disappointed when somebody has such a cool thing and visually looks great, but audibly it sounds like shit. And I'm like, oh, you're so close. You could have made this sound so amazing and like crunchy and bassy and weird and ethereal. And that's kind of what I like to go for in my stuff. That like, because that's the thing. If something looks great, it looks great. And if the sound design services it, it's fine. Like, it doesn't really matter. And that's a lot of the time why people don't put more effort into it, because it's fine. It gets the job done. It's like FromSoft games. I adore FromSoft. They're my favorite developer. Bloodborne is my favorite game ever. But my God, their sound design sucks sometimes because it's just non-stop stock sound effects. And every time you hear one somewhere else, you're like, I can't not hear it now. So it's just a little bit of a bummer that they're not like perfectly curated. And then something like Demon Souls comes out, the remake, where Blue Point have an incredible audio team. And then their sound design is so crunchy and beefy and high quality that it just makes the others look a bit, they still have, their sound design services what they do very, very well. And the fact that they're using stock sound effects and they're still able to make it sound the way they do is still great. But that's what I mean. Just take like the little extra effort to make the sound good. And after this, everyone, like all of you guys were talking about the sound design. And I think when you do it well and you do it right and you get it right and you make something unique and weird and something that actually sticks out, then people talk about it as much as the visuals. So, I don't know. For me, it's like making something like this is 50-50 sound and visuals. That it shouldn't be like 90% visuals, 10% sound, And it's the same with like games. The reason I always point out good audio is because when it's done right, I want to like celebrate the people who have like taken the time and the effort to really like hone their craft and do it. So I'm very happy with the way the sound design came out. I'm not trying to get like all high and mighty and gatekeepy about sound, but it's important to me. I like good audio, and I studied it in college before I didn't. So I just think it's really important, and I wish more people I love Marvel movies, and they're such a big spectacle. But when you actually listen to their movies on like a really good like home theater, it doesn't sound that great. A lot of their sounds are like front heavy. So all the sound kind of sounds like it's coming from in front of you instead of like above and behind and to the side. And their sound effects are all like, they're fine. They service the movie, but none of them are like, there's no like sound that makes you like really like sit back and go, oh, like the Reaper sound in Mass Effect, or the crab squids in Subnautica, the Mutos in Godzilla. Things like that. It's like it's something what are the seismic charges in Star Wars Episode 2? Or like one of the creatures in Terminator Salvation. Terminator Salvation is a crap movie, but that sound design is great. Dune, exactly. You'll hear my Dune-ness come out in this as we go. Tripods War of the Worlds, exactly. Thank you. Amazing.
Hello, Chase. How are you doing today?
Just peachy.
And we know you've been through a lot recently, Chase. We just want to help. Please, allow us to lighten the mood a little.
His whole like, the fuck is that? The elevator music. This is like an homage for me to Severance. If any of you've seen that. If you haven't, you really should. You'll see a lot of my influences as well. I love Severance. I love the look of it. And the way it sounds as well. But there's is it the break room? Like go to the break room and like for some R&R. And then you go in and it's like the lady's like, your Audi likes sports. And it's like that creepy kind of like, you're being too nice to me now out of nowhere. And like that music is playing in the background and they like turn it up. And it's like really generic like nature sounds. I'm like, this is what like Iris think will lighten the mood.
We're not a bad company, Chase. We know you think we're evil and want to cause you harm, but that couldn't be further from the truth.
And now he's softer. He's not calling him Mr. Brody anymore. He's calling him Chase instead because he's trying to like relate to him and be honest with him and see eye to eye and humanize him more. He's like staring at him now. There's no clipboard. He's not staring down, constantly writing. He's actually like locking eyes with him. The music is nice. We took the camera off the tripod and moved it around to give it a bit more of a human touch so you know someone's like controlling it. It's not like rigid and stiff and sterile anymore. So this is kind of like the turning point to be like exposure levels are rising. Let's calm everything down again. It's all psychological. It's all like little tricks to like, if you're watching it, you know the tone is different, even if you don't know why. That there's all these like little tricks you can do with like filmmaking to get the audience like the place you need them to be without having to say it.
We want to stop the bad things from happening.
You guys sure have a funny way of showing it.
We would like to share some information with you about our company and why you're here.
Feels like an ad.
If you would allow us.
Here at Iris. Yeah, I think Camilla did a NordVPN one. It's like, could you imagine I just busted out a NordVPN ad in the middle of the stream yesterday from here? Chase just turns to camera. I ruined my whole franchise and lore just for that sweet NordVPN cache. He's like, you'll never be safe at Iris, but with NordVPN you can be. Do you have Auntie chasing you down? Well, you can hide your IP address so he'll never find you. God, it writes itself. Let's go back.
You guys sure have a funny way of showing it.
We would like to share some information with you about our company and why you're here. If you would allow us.
So now he softens.
Okay.
Now he's not antagonistic because now he might actually get answers that he's been hoping for.
2 years back, there was an incident in a small town in the north of England. An item was discovered that had a considerable influence over the people who lived there.
An item? What kind of item?
A small stone slab. It seemed harmless from the outside, but this item was affecting lives of everyone in this town. They had no idea, of course, but many of the residents there had talked about getting severe headaches that wouldn't go away, getting nosebleeds much more frequently than normal, and some started hearing voices.
Voices?
We're not entirely sure what these voices were saying, but they evidently had an impact on the people who experienced them. Many lost their minds, were completely unresponsive, while others, sadly, turned a darker path.
So now he's starting to hear like things that relate to him. Like we just heard him hear voices. So now he's like, wait, other people are experiencing this as well?
Why are you telling me this?
When Iris
God, it
found
keeps
they
glitching
lost
out.
their
Stop.
minds, were completely unresponsive, while others, sadly, turned a darker path.
Why are you telling me this?
When Iris found out what had been happening in this village, we sent out a team to negate the problem. The CNC identified the item and took it back here for containment.
So?
So, you see, Chase, Iris helped those people in that village. We saved them. We find items like those and we protect people from them. We're not here to harm you. We just want to help.
So, what? Are you telling me that I'm being affected by one of these items?
Unfortunately, we believe there is something far more sinister interfering with your life.
How much more sinister can this get?
What is affecting you is orders of magnitude more powerful than any of these items.
So what? You guys knew that this was happening, And you just sat there and did nothing.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, Chase. We know what you've been through.
No, you have no idea what I've been through.
You've been seeing things, correct? Hearing voices in your head? Have you seen a man alongside these visions?
How did you know that?
That, Chase, is Alter 114209. We've been tracking him for quite some time.
Name drop! I mean, I already did it earlier in the stream, but everyone figured that out. You'll also notice the sound for where later when he shows up and the feet come into frame is the same sound that he's like, you've been seeing someone, right? Or whatever he said. Like, when he mentioned it, the same sound effect happened, so you can connect the dots later. But you guys have already seen this, so spoilies.
He won't leave me alone. He shows me such awful things. What I did.
We know what was taken from you, Chase. That you used to be a husband. A father.
Didn't kill them.
I'm sorry?
I didn't kill them.
The drama. The lore. The sadness. Oh, depression. Hello.
Thank you. Everyone's been very kind about compliments about the acting, so I appreciate it very much. I tried very hard to make sure that it wasn't cringe. And, well, not just for people watching, but I was like, if I'm not cringing at the acting, that means that it's probably okay. And that scene specifically, I really had to like dig deep for, because that was like a really big moment where it's like the saddest part of the whole thing. I'm like, you really have to like sell these emotions if you want people to like really get on board with you and get into the story. And when I went to LA to film this stuff, I was like, I wrote the script, so I know the lines pretty well, but I would like sit down in my hotel room for like hours at night, like every night before leading up to this, just like reading out the lines. I would like read out Aaron's line and then like be like, yeah, I have no idea how I got there. And I was like, okay, that was right. And then go on to the next line. And trying to different methods to like learn the lines that way. And then the best method I found was I like propped my iPad up and I recorded the whole script. So I sat down and I just hit record and I read out Aaron's lines, and then I read out, I like left a gap for my line, and I would like read it in my head and then read Aaron's line again. So I did that for all of the interviews. And then I would just play it back and act out the scene with myself. So I was like, I was the interviewer and the interviewee at the same time. And I was like sitting there and I was like, okay, pretend the camera's up here and over here. And I was like, I had like a mirror wall in the hotel room, and I would like look across at that to be like, okay. Because getting over that cringe factor is like the biggest thing for me when it comes to acting. Like if you say the lines out loud enough times and you can see yourself doing it, then you're not worried about how it looks. You're not worried about how other people do it. Or you always hear about actors like practicing lines in a mirror. And I'm like, it's a really great method for me, because I like being able to see like the emotions and how they read, and especially the pacing of it. And then some of them I like rewrote the lines then and there. So I was like, the pacing's just off. Like actually hearing it out loud for the first time, start to finish, I was like, it's a bit too quick. So I would do it that way. And then getting to that scene with like the sad part at it, I was actually like acting it out in my hotel room and managed to make myself cry. And I was like, oh man, I gotta save that for the fucking shoot. I gotta keep my tears inside. I only have a certain amount of them. I can't let these little bad boys streak out across my face and dissolve. I gotta fucking keep that Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs guy where he sucks it back in his eye. Put that back in. Yeah, hit record now. Somebody get a camera. But I'm very glad that on the day we managed to get the shot we wanted and it came across and the emotion got sold. Because that was the biggest thing, is the vibe, the atmosphere, and the emotion we want to get across good for all of these scenes? Because then, if that's good, then your writing doesn't need to be like impeccable. It doesn't need to be like Shakespeare. I'm not fucking pulling Shakespeare out of my ass. I'm not a writer. But I can write good enough for this type of stuff. And I think as long as you're selling it well enough and you believe what you're saying, then the writing doesn't need to be like fucking expert level. I feel like anybody can get in and do it then and just play around as long as you're like really living in it. But yes, I'm a writer, director, actor, technically cinematographer as well. Nah, it was very fun. I had a great time. This is like in my element. I like the craft of everything and it was very fun. But that was interview 6? Yeah.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Brody. We need to take you somewhere more secure.
So, fun fact about this one, Aaron's not even in the room. Aaron wasn't even there. This was recorded on the first day. So interview 5 was recorded on the first day, the one where I was talking to Echo. That was the very first thing we shot. And then we didn't have Aaron until the 3rd day. So all the scenes with him were all done on that one day. And then the ones on the first day were like, okay, we'll get some of this stuff done. We had some like extracurricular stuff we had to get recorded as well. But then Aaron just came back on the 3rd day. I just like stood in the room. So Mark was just off screen, like reading Aaron's line to me. So I had like something to react back to. Just so we could get the pacing right and the emotion right. And I mean, he was just saying like, we need to take you somewhere more secure, Mr. Brody. and I just had to go with it. But it was just to make sure we had the pacing down. And then we just got Aaron back on the 3rd day and had him stand in this room and just read from the script. Because it's also really important to get the same lines from the same room. Because reading it in a different room, you have to then make it sound like it's from this room. So you also record room noise. So the very last thing we did was just sit down for like a minute, 2 minutes, and just have the microphone in the room and everybody stays dead silent and you just record the white noise of the room so that you can put it back in later into the shots. So you actually have room tone to be able to match everything. And then we put it in the game as well to make it seem like everything is like the same space. Because when the sound jumps around without that, you start to notice that it's different scenes, it's different rooms, it's different environments, it's a different building. Your brain just can pick up on that stuff really quickly. So again, it's all psychological.
More secure? Why? What happened?
Nothing, Mr. Brody. It's merely a precaution.
Okay, a precaution against what, though? What are you not telling me?
We do this a lot, Mr. Brody. We move people around to free up space. You don't want to be stuck in this tiny room forever, do you?
No, that's not true, is it? Something happened.
If you would just follow
As the alarm is
happily
blaring in the
explain.
background.
Okay.
Wait,
Sound design.
What is it, Mr. Brody?
wait, we have to leave. I've been here before.
That's impossible, Mr. Brody.
No, you don't get it. I've been exactly here before. No, please, let me go.
Please calm
we
down.
have to leave.
Calm down,
Please,
Mr. Brody.
let me
Everything's
go. No, please.
Come along,
Please.
Mr. Brody.
Please, no. Let me go, please. No.
Damn, he wasn't happy about that. That being dragged off like that, we did it like 6 or 7 times just to make sure it was right. But there was one take like that where I surprised myself for that, like, please. And I was like, I did not know that my voice could do that. So I was like, I'm just going to legit act like I'm being dragged off and like fighting for my fucking life. And that scream came out and I was like, whoa, I didn't know I could do that. That's cool. And I love that. I love the way it cuts.
Go.
You can hear the giggle.
Please, please, no. Let me go, please, no.
Ooh, it's so creepy. Oh. It's like, I'm the one who did it, and even I'm watching it being like, I don't feel good about where he's going. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. That came out really well. Also, there's a ton of audio hidden in that scene as well. That there's a lot of these scenes, like if you listen to it with headphones, you'll pick up way more than you will otherwise. Like good headphones as well will pick up even more again. So there's a lot of stuff that we like hid around the place for effect. Some of them are a bit more obvious, like a couple of the giggles. He's just a giggly. But yeah, it was very fun to do. Also, a little trick. Something happened that I don't think anyone noticed.
Happily explain everything.
So these guys are two different guys than who were in the room after. So we had the security team on set for a day, and we only had Aaron on set for another day. So these guys weren't there the days Aaron was there. So these guys that dragged me out are not these guys. That's not like a time skip. That's not like a lore thing. That's just an editing trick because we didn't have the actors on the day. So this is actually Mark's assistant, Evan. And this is a stunt guy who was part of the team. So in the finale, the guy that falls across camera is this guy. So yeah, Evan got his 5 minutes. We also had a bunch of cafeteria shots that sadly we weren't able to work in time into the final stream. Maybe I'll post them for something somewhere. Well, we had cafeteria shots with scientists that you guys saw in the trailer that, again, we just didn't have time to put in. But Ethan's assistant Jocelyn was in that one. So everyone was helping out.
Wait.
But yeah, there's no bloopers because you post bloopers when things kind of like go wrong. But this was like so quick and the scenes were shorter and like I knew my lines. So like I wrote the thing and knew my lines, so I didn't flub any of them. So there's no like bloopers of me fucking up a line, really. I'm like maybe one or two, or like a sound went off in the background. I was like, what's that? And then we just cut the cameras anyway because we were on such a tight schedule that we couldn't really like waste time and keep stuff rolling because we had to reset often.
Come along,
Please! Please, no!
No!
Please, no!
No!
Please, no!
Ah! And then we're into the finale. And these guys are dead now. I fucking love how this transition came out. Very Matrixy. So this is that guard again. God, I love that whole finale. That is, chef's kiss. So these are some of the other guards. Okay, we're going to get deep on the intent behind a lot of the stream and what is actually happening here. So the whole thing I also wanted to be sort of a meta play on social media. So, you know how in social media things happen, and then the more people interact with something, it almost inevitably always goes bad. Like, drama starts, people shit on each other, people yell at each other, people start going weird, and fucking bad shit happens all the time. That's kind of what I wanted to do with this, was that, like, the people who are like chronically online all the time, and when something happens and there's drama happening and they get so involved in it, they just can't take their eyes away from it. They just have to get involved in it. They have to have an opinion. Everyone online always has to have an opinion about everything all the fucking time, when really it's like, maybe you should just stay silent and let things blow over for the majority of things. So for this, the whole idea of the stream was that you guys were interacting so heavily with it, and you were getting so involved with it, that you didn't realize that you were like driving things to happen. So by the end of it, we took all control away from you. So there's a reason that at the end we cycled through all the rooms and none of your commands worked anymore, because now it's supposed to be like a snowball effect, that it's like gotten away from you. You were so heavily invested in this thing, like people get with social media and the internet in general, that now consequences can happen to things that you didn't intend, but it's too late to kind of take any of it back. Like people who cancel someone who could be innocent, or any, like, that's a bit of a cringy way of saying it. But things like that, where it's like, maybe don't be so chronically online all the time, because bad things can happen, and get so heavily invested, like parasocially with things, because maybe somebody doesn't want that to happen and you don't know what that person is actually thinking. I think I saw it. Didn't something happen? Oh, I don't know the show or the actor, but somebody was outed as being bi. Somebody can give me the name. Heartstopper. Yeah. The actor, Kit Connors. Yeah. He was trending yesterday, and people got, I don't know the whole story, so you're going to have to look into it more. But that kind of, I was sensing some of that from that, where like people just get so heavily involved in other people's business that it's like, can't you just sit back and enjoy what's happening? Like when I make stuff, great, it's all fun. Everybody can come here. We can hang out. We can all have fun. We can set up our boundaries and just get involved and have a great time all together. But when it starts coming into like, where does Jack live? What's his like relationship status? What is he really like behind the scenes? Like all of that stuff is like boundaries. Let's just enjoy the content. Let's entertain each other. Let's have fun, and let that be that. So I wanted to kind of like have a sort of meta narrative going on with this, where we had a bot listening to all the chat commands to interface with the game. And then right before the finale happened, we turned the bot off. So everyone was still writing in chat, but it was too late. Whatever you did is now about to happen. And you just sat there and watched while this happened, as the anti-quote goes. So you just kind of sit back and you watch what's about to unfold, which is the finale. And this transition here is, so Anti's sort of like the symbolism for that. That's not what he is. I don't want people going away being like, Anti is social media incarnate. That's not what it is. This is like the really subtle underlining of everything that doesn't actually play into the narrative, but it's sort of like the theme that I was going for. So this is like Anti's way of like pulling you off the wall. So you've been an observer through the camera watching Chase this whole time. And now he pulls you off the wall through the lens down onto his level to be like, now watch what I'm about to do. So it's like him taking control as he always has. Like I said in the Chase short, that in the scene with Anti in the back of the car, he's looking at the camera. He's looking at you. He's not looking at Chase. So there's an element of it going on that, again, this is like stuff that isn't like, Anti's not going to show up at some point and be like, oh, social media is bad. Like that would just be fucking stupid. But it's just like, it's a fun little extra element that I wanted to do, that I thought if there's a way of like fitting a meta element into it, then why not? So it was also just a really fun idea to get a one-shot take. Because initially this was different on the day as well, and as we talked about it with the scene, to be like, could we actually manage this? Because we weren't intending to use this room at all for the shoot, and then we just managed. I wanted a hallway anyway for this scene, and then this hallway ended up being perfect for it. But that alcove that the camera goes in and around, we were like, oh man, we could get a really cool shot out of this if we do it all in one take. So they're like coming down here, and this shot, Initially we had him come across here more so you could see him more. And I was down the hallway waiting for the camera to like turn as Chase. And as I was looking at it, I was like, what if you guys turned that light and pointed it behind him, and we don't really show him in frame, but we see his shadow. And the whole thing I wanted was to like make it less messy for the audience, so like your eyes are just like staying in the same place and you're following sort of everything along, and you're just scanning left and right. You're not like, oh god, what am I supposed to be looking at? So to keep it more cohesive, I was like, the shadow will draw your attention across, so we're rounding this corner, so you see him, and then your eye line drifts over to this, and then as he passes this, which just so happened to accidentally line up perfectly as like his third eye in the middle of his head. And I was like, oh, when I saw that shot, I was fucking came in my jeans. I was like, that's even more perfect, because I just wanted his shadow to come across so it connects your eye line around the corner. So it like does the work for you. So you follow that shadow across, and then you're like seeing this, and then he wipes frame. So it all like connects itself together, so your eyes just aren't like getting messy all over the place, and everything just like flows around that corner. And then obviously we hid an edit here because we couldn't do it all in one shot because of what was about to come next. So he wipes frame, a classic. And then the beans, the Tootsies come in. These stunt people were such fucking troopers as well. They sat there literally for like 2 hours. And we, like, every 5 minutes we were like, are you okay? Do you want water? Are you okay? Like, everybody good? Like, constantly checking in with them. And they were like, yeah, I'm comfy. And this lady was like bent around this corner because we had to get the camera in. But do I have a picture of the rig? I'll have to look for it afterwards. But there's a rig that we had that the camera was in. So it was like a 2-tiered trolley that the camera was on the bottom layer, and I was sitting on the top of it with 2 massive 2x4s coming out. So I was like sitting on top of this thing with my knees up like this. And then it was like, Ethan had to like call the pacing of it when he had the camera up. So he was like, okay, now feet. And I would just like lower my feet into frame. And he'd be like, and Sean, and I would like get off the 2x4s. So I was like sitting on something and then had to hop off of it. And I was like, I need to make this look smooth. Otherwise, it's going to look like I hopped off something. So you can't even really tell. Because I just hit the ground. I was like, oh, beautiful. And it worked so well. And that's also the first time 2 egos have been in the same frame together. And then we have the iris cam here, warning. Just like it's always been watching. And now it's in the foreground. I love a good foreground. I love a good foreground going across a moving shot. Oh, that makes my nipples sing. And this whole reception was here. We filled in this, like all these, this was all empty. I was like, just fill the foreground. Fill it with things. It's so nice. And then we had a monitor that we put in that has like, someone's been watching Chase's room. But this monitor was blank. And at any time, so if you have a moving shot like this that you need to track more elements into, you need like tracking markers. So you need something to, basically something to click on so that like Premiere or whatever can register like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be tracking and keeping everything like in frame. So it makes it easier that if we rotoscope Chase out to put him in between Auntie's legs, hey, yo! That you need something to be able to track so you can make your life a bit easier. Otherwise, you have to go frame by frame to do it. So this monitor actually had tracking markers on it that was just in the set. It was just lying there, and we were like, oh, perfect. we just needed to track onto this. So it made Robin's job easier for this. Again, Robin, excellent job on the finale, because this is the biggest shot of the entire thing. And then people were like, I teased out the footsteps and people were like, where did the footsteps start though? And now it's like, oh, he literally like floated into frame. And this was, I'll show you my reference for this, because I was like, oh, that is... Then he's all scared. Look at those those puppies. Look at those grippers. And now this is, I said that I would show you my like homage to Dune. The sound design in Dune I fucking love, and especially the voice, as they call it, that the Bene Gesserit do, where they command you to do stuff. It's like a Jedi mind trick. I think it's actually where, I think George Lucas read Dune and made the Jedi after the Bene Gesserit in Dune. And I that was my favorite element of Dune when I read the book, and then hearing it in person in IMAX, I was like, oh, that's even better than I thought, because it hits you in like the chest and it's so commanding. And if you hear it in Dolby Atmos, which I'm a sound geek, again, I have a Dolby Atmos theater in my home, which if you've ever heard that, you've heard of surround sound, which is like 7.1, which goes like around you, but Dolby Atmos is ceiling speakers. So you have stuff above you as well, like helicopters and planes and rain and all that kind of stuff. So if you ever see Dolby Atmos anywhere, it's that you hear sound in a sphere around you, like an atmosphere. It's called Atmos. So sounds can happen anywhere. And it really adds like a whole layer to stuff, because then you can blend speakers from the side to the ceiling and have like a sound between them and like in the middle of your head. And it's not just coming from those speakers. So sound design is just so cool. But when you listen to the voice from Dune in an Atmos setup properly, because IMAX doesn't do this. IMAX is, I have a lot to say about IMAX. I hate IMAX. But for Atmos, if you hear the voice that they use for the Bene Gesserit in that, you will hear like different voices in each part of the ceiling. And they said that their inspiration for it was that you hear the Bene Gesserit from like different generations talking through that one person. Like it's all the Bene Gesserit commanding you at once. And that's why it's so powerful. But when you hear it in a theater like that, you hear the different voices in different locations. So I said to Robin, like, think about that. And that's how Chase's voice should sound for this. So there's like a central like bass layer. If you listen to it on headphones, there's like voices panned left and right to just make his, I'm not saying that he has multiple people inside of him. I'm just saying to like layer his voice that way to make it a bit more menacing.
Hello, Chase.
So you can hear like multiple voices at once. And I did some like binaural recordings with my ASMR mic that I have for a lot of the whispers in this, and for the anti-voice as well, to kind of like add to it, because the voice on set doesn't sound good because it's a big room and it's just like, hello, Chase. So you need to like layer that and thicken it. But that was like my sort of reference point for Robin, to be like, it needs to be commanding, and it needs to be like, it needs to like fill your head. So like some of it is like in your head, some of it is out of your head, some of it is around you. He's everywhere basically. And that was like my inspiration for the sound design to it. And again, inspiration only goes so far, and my direction can only go so far. But Robin and Trey fucking nailed it. It took a really long time. Like it's what, like 22 and a half minutes of content, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but there was a lot of work that had to go into each of these. Like even just moving the cameras around and glitching and different things showing up and the echo voice and things like that all took a considerable amount of time to do. And I'm very, very, very pleased with the way it ended up, because it's basically as good as I wanted it to be. And the fact that I said all of the shoot should be from this angle, and then we ended up doing this, means that everything was just like 100% better than what I went in with expectations. So I don't have a bad thing to say at all about those filming days, because it was all such a cool learning experience. I got to like dive into acting a bit more and take it more seriously. And we got to like, I could like hear the edits and see them all like coming to fruition in my brain, and then getting to go home and like give it to Robin and Trey and be like, oh, can we do this and do that? It was so cool. I had a wonderful time making this project. And all it does is make me want to make more of them now. It was very, very fun. But I said, there's... that didn't find it. There's a movie called Come True. That is about like dream sequences. About like... So I wrote all of this. I had exactly what I wanted for Iris in my brain, and we filmed all of this. And then me and Evelyn were just looking for like spooky movies to watch, and I found a movie called Come True, which has some really fucking great imagery in it. Let me pull this up. So if you can see this, like this sort of stuff, I was like, this, it was so annoying because I saw the movie after I like did all of this stuff. And I was like, God damn it, this is exactly what I want to do. So it's like, this was like what I was aiming for with like Iris and the sort of like overnight watch thing. Because this is like a sequel to Overnight Watch basically. And this is kind of what I wanted to show, was this sort of vibe, like the old retro tech I'm just a huge fan of. This lady looking at these computers, but this character looks like this in the movie. So this is like someone she keeps seeing in her nightmares over and over again. And I'm like, that motherfucker. I like saw this, there's like, if you search up Come True movie dream sequence, I highly recommend you watch the whole movie, by the way. You shouldn't just watch this sequence, but there is a compilation of all the dream sequences together on YouTube. And I was like, that is exactly what I was doing with Auntie. I was like, it was so like on the nose. I was like, now it fucking looks like plagiarism almost. I was like, you bastards. Obviously they just share similar like vibes than I do. But I was like, these eyes, I was like, that is exactly what I wanted to do. Like I already had it in my mind that that's what I wanted Auntie to look like when he showed up again. And then I watched that movie and I was like, well, at least it's a good like reference image for Robin to be able to work with. So I like it. I swear to God, I did not like plan any of that, but I was like, it just made me enjoy the movie even more because the movie was like exactly my type of like visual. If I had to put my visual stylings into a movie, it would be this movie. It would look... So it's just called Come True. But it's really, really good. She's a phenomenal actress as well. And I was like, it's like someone reached into my brain and made like exactly my type of shit. So if anything, it's just like motivated me to like try even harder to make stuff. But this stuff was all filmed already, so I couldn't really change a whole lot. But yeah. But now, because I like the movie so much, then I was like, I was doing the white eyes anyway, and I was like, this is like my homage to this movie now as well. So I like taking sort of like inspiration from the things that I really enjoy. Like this whole thing is obviously just a video game. But a lot of the other stuff, there's like science-y things in it. So I'm like drawing all my inspirations to like put my creativity to work to really try and like craft. It's like, you know, when you watch something and you're like, oh, this is exactly like my tone and my aesthetic. I'm like trying to take all of those things that I've like watched and played and listened to and like put them all into a bag, shake them around and be like, here's my project. Like take all the best bits that I really relate to and like make it my own. Major SCP vibes as well. Yeah, I mean, SCP is like the thing that inspired Control as well, that game. And the visual identity to Control 2 is like so like, oh, I love the like brutalist architecture and like liminal spaces. And Dharma from Lost, yeah, there's huge amounts of like Lost references in this as well. It's like, it was the same when I was playing Security Booth. I had to like bite my tongue so much playing Security Booth because Kyle, who made the game, I was like going through it and I was like, people don't even know. People don't even know about my Iris project. Like all the stuff was done and I was just waiting on the game. And then I played Security Booth and I was like, oh my God, so much of this is like so similar. It was so weird. And I've talked to Kyle recently about it and he was like, holy shit, that's so weird. And he was like, yeah, I love Lost as well. And I was like, I mean, obviously. So it wasn't even like I played Security Booth and then any of that made it into this. This was all done already. And I was like, that is so bizarre how like closely similar they are to each other. But again, everything's just like drawing from the same references. Like a lot of SCP stuff is very X-Files driven. And I'm just a huge fan of X-Files as well. And Lost. And all these like different things that are just like it's not all one thing. There's like so many different bits of it. And then it's all like turned into my own thing with like the egos and the characters and where they're coming from and where they're going kind of stuff. So, I mean, everything's derivative at this point, you know? X-Files is a classic. I fucking love X-Files. It's so fun to watch. It was like back in the day, X-Files was taken almost like seriously because we didn't know anything about UFOs or the internet or each other. And now everything is like so closely connected that some of the stuff in X-Files is like, well, obviously that's not true. But now it's just like good cheesy entertainment. Didn't Auntie's neck heal? Yep, people picked up that he doesn't have a slit on his neck anymore. Twilight Zone, exactly. Oh, Twilight Zone is so good. And like War of the Worlds, the old radio broadcast, like all of that stuff. Like the Dark TV show. Oh. And then like you can see like elements of like analog horror stuff that I enjoy in it as well. So it's like it's the same with YouTube videos. I always say that as well. Like whenever people are starting off, it's like imitation. Like don't imitate the things exactly like one to one, but like find out what you like and then make it your own. Like let yourself be like a prism for like the stuff that you like. Like I'm a big fan of sci-fi and horror. Those are my two favorite genres. And I think that's kind of inferred a lot of why I put this stuff together the way it is. Because it's interesting. A lot of people are like, oh, it has a lot of SCP vibes. And I'm like, I know nothing about SCP. I've never dove into that world too heavily, but I know I've played so many other things that are inspired by it, that I think I got it by like osmosis. And it's the same, like if you've ever played Control. Control is like the best SCP game that's ever existed. Poor Chase just wanted trick shots. He's evolved. SCP has vibes and inspiration from other things. I mean, that is the thing, right? Like a lot of the SCPs are just like folklore taken from different cultures as well. A lot of the SCPs are like derivative of other people's work too. And some of them are just like made from the top of people's heads. So can you get a list of recommended movies and shows in the style of Iris and come through? Oh God, I don't even know. I'd say definitely play the game Control. Watch the movie Annihilation or read the book. Read the Atrocity Archives by Charlie Stross. Dark Matter by Blake Crouch. Oh God, there's so many things. And like Dune is a great book as well, even though Dune is sci-fi and there's not really, I guess it's kind of horror. It's like body horror in a way. There's a lot of stuff in that's like really cool. I don't know. I mean, there's just a ton of... Watch any sci-fi horror stuff. Just watch things. Consume. It's like anybody who writes stuff, it's like they just read a shit ton of books to be able to write. It's like reading Game of Thrones. It's like, well, I can see a lot of like Lord of the Rings in this. You watch Star Wars, if you've read Dune, it's like, oh, this is like, there's a shit ton of Dune in this, but it's all about like making things your own at the end of the day as well. Jack, what about the turtle? So if anyone who hasn't been in the community for a while, the turtle is just an Easter egg. I like that people call them Gerald. That's really cute. The turtle is an Easter egg to Auntie, where in a video I said, I am eternal. And people just joked that it sounded like I am a turtle. So Sophie came up with the idea to put a turtle actually in the thing. And there was other references here and there. We saw Marvin's mask was in the game somewhere. Jackie Boy Man's thing showed up. There was like a little JJ stuff with like the 1920s filter. There was like a Jackie Boy Man comic lying around. Oh yeah, the rat in the maze as well. Camilla keeps calling him Chi-Chi. I like calling him Cheese Brody because he's like searching for the cheese. Have I read EXO? No, I don't know what that is. But I'm down to like read more stuff. If anything, it just makes me read, watch. It just makes me a better creator at the end of the day. I was even like reluctant to put out something like Security Booth when I recorded it, but I just loved it so much. I thought it was so fucking awesome that I had to still upload the video, but I was like, this is, I didn't want anybody thinking that I played that and then made Iris, because clearly that's not the case, because it took fucking 6 months to make this thing, and it's been done, most of it has been done for like a month, if not, actually, this Chase Brody stuff, all of this stuff has been done since August, and it's all been written since May, so it's like been done for so long. But I had a really long conversation with Kyle about stuff, who made Security Booth, and we both aligned so heavily on all the same references. It was like, man, I love this thing too, and I love that, and I love this and this and this. So we both like aligned very heavily on like what we both enjoy and where our references come from. So hopefully we can make something together at some point. Whoa, crazy thunder. Security Booth is amazing. Everyone should play that game. It's so fucking good. And it was made by one guy, and he made it in 6 months. He made that whole fucking thing in the same amount of time as it took us to make this. Now that's talent. I was like, how long did it take you to make it? He was like, well, the original one, which was like 10 minutes long, didn't have all the endings, took like 2 weeks. And then I was like, oh, so how long did the like director's cut take you, the version that I played? And I was like, I was expecting like 2 years. And he was like, yeah, about 6 months. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? What a talented man. You have thunder down there? Yeah. Because we're a coastal town, we get a lot of storms. Sean, can I do a stupid poll? Go for it. I can't wait to see how stupid it is. Can't wait to see how stupid you all are again. I can't wait to see how dumb. Is Control made by 505? 505 are the publisher, but Remedy make it. The same people. Whoa! Did that come through on mic? Damn! That scared the shit out of me. That's cool. It's Iris! Oh! It's still going. Holy fuck. That legit jump scared me. I've never been jump scared by thunder before. Oh, that's probably a lie. I probably have been. But yeah, Remedy make Control. They made Max Payne, Alan Wake, Quantum Break. Iris controls the weather. Yeah, someone wrote /thunder in chat and it went nuts. Wait, what's the poll? I don't see it. Ken, put it up. Whoa. If my stream cuts out at any moment, it's because now it is crazy rainy and windy outside. Why won't mobile let me do it? Look, Twitch mobile sucks. But yeah, that was my Iris project. There's going to be plenty more attached to all of this. There's going to be way more. I'm not ending stream, by the way. There's going to be so many more things to come. There's going to be so many more Iris things. I'm going to build out this universe, and it's going to be really fun, and I'm very excited for it. This is just a taster. This was just like an hors d'oeuvre, an aperitif, a little sprinkle of salt on your steak before you dig in. But it did cost quite a huge amount of money and took a really long time. So please go watch the videos in the stream. I want to make the stream public on my channel so people can like watch the game and everything. But if I do, then it just looks like there's 3 things gone up. Like it looks like that video as well as like the anomaly found as well as the other 2 stream parts just all kind of blend together and then it confuses people. So go watch the anomaly found video, please. We put a lot of time and effort into it and I'm very proud of it. Will you stream it again? No, the game is done. Rain is loud. Yeah, that's the wind right now. Very loud. I also have a condenser mic, so it picks up everything. If I had a dynamic mic, like the Shure SM7B, or the... what's the other one that Evelyn uses? The Electro Voice RE20. Then you wouldn't hear the wind because it's a dynamic mic, but whatever. Yeah, it's very fucking windy right now. Can Apple Weather tell me how windy it is? It did say expect storms by 7 p.m. and now it's 8, so that makes sense. It says it's 44 kilometers an hour, which I don't think is right. That's way faster than that. Gusts up to 93 kilometers an hour. So wait. What's 93 kilometers an hour in miles per hour? It's 58 miles an hour winds. So, thunder's kicking in. It's all stormy. What a devilish time we have. But yeah, that was another reason not to stream any of this stuff from my setup, because it could go down very quickly. I mean, it's Brighton, it's by the sea, this is what happens. You get a great view and you get the beach, but you also get crazy winds. But yeah, it is cozy. That's what me and Evelyn always say, whenever it like pisses rain. When I was a kid, it was like, oh, it's raining, I can't go outside. And now it's raining and like, me and Evelyn both like sit on our couch and just go, let's eat some snacks and watch some movies. How's BB? He's great. He's a little terror. He a little chonk. But he's supposed to be, you know? That's why you have a little cat like that, so he can be a little weirdo. And then you love him for it. This music does not at all go with what is going on outside my window right now. It woke me up last night. We went to bed, and then at like 2 a.m., a massive gust of wind hit the house and it like shook me awake. Now I see the poll. Who would win? The collective chat or a silly little pipe? The 7% of you, the 84 of you that clicked the collective chat are fucking liars. Because you guys were awful at that puzzle. Remind me to never hire you guys as plumbers. It was awful. It was like watching monkeys bash pots and pans together. I even gave you like the commands of what to do and you guys were like, oh, I'll put a cross piece everywhere. What should I do today? Cross piece! It's like, if we put enough cross pieces down, It'll connect everything. Have you guys never done a water puzzle in a game before? I was like, oh, it's a water puzzle. It's like BioShock, where you just create the line for where the water goes. And I was like, you have two ends of a pipe. You just make pipe. And then everyone was like, what do we do? None of you are allowed to give me shit for puzzles in video games ever again. Granted, the lag made it tricky, okay? Oh, classic gamers blaming the lag. Whenever I blame lag, you guys are like, sure. Oh, but when it happens to you, I'm only one person. You were 40,000 people. For shame. So from now on, whenever I play something, you guys are not allowed to give me shit for puzzles. Because I'll just yell pipes and you guys will get PTSD. Who would win, tic-tac-toe or Sean? Oh, tic-tac-toe for sure, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not, I know when humility should kick in. I know when I should be taken down a peg. I know when this soapbox is getting real moist and about to crumble underneath me and this high horse is getting tired. I know when to hop off. Tic-tac-toe is very difficult. Can we play tic-tac-toe online? Well, of course you can. Oh, you can just play it on Google. That's very small though. How can I make it bigger? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna play. Where are we going? Am I just allowed... Okay, X. I've already fucked it. I should have started in the middle. Okay, this is a bust. Whatever. Restart game. Okay. Chat. See, now everyone's like, the corner, Sean, the corners. Everyone's like, start middle. Okay. We're in middle. This is just what it was like yesterday. Oh my god. I realize that middle is like where everyone wants to start and there's no fucking way we're gonna be able to figure this out. Yeah, use the grid. Okay, so this is how the game was working yesterday on stream. It's like A, B, C, the rows. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So A1, 2, 3, B1, 2, 3, C1, 2, 3. Use your grid. None of this middle, top, left shit. Give me grids. It's still, oh, good lord. So A1 or C1 are big contenders. So now people want to go for a corner. So let's go A1. Okay. Where to next? I'll give it a second because you guys are still guessing for the last one like a big bunch of dum-dums. Lag. Let's make a poll. You're gonna have to make a really annoying poll and you're gonna have to do it every like 2 seconds. B1, C1? Okay, I've seen a lot of C1s. Ah, you win! Oh! Wait, can I just do that every time? No. Oh. Is it that easy? Come on, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh. So this AI is what you were playing against when you won. The one we had, like, at the start of the game was way fucking harder than this. Like, it wouldn't let you do that, because when I looked up the tactics of how to win, was this kind of stuff. Oh wait, I started wrong. Always start in the middle, chat said. Oh, never mind, you can still win. Yeah, like, I couldn't do that with the bot we had in the... because it made no mistakes. Every single time there was a gap for a win, it always put it in the gap to cut you off. So it was fucking impossible. But I was like, yeah, enough people doing it, surely they'll figure it out. Oh my god, I could have grifted so many kids when I was younger if I knew that that's how you worked. How it worked. Tic-tac-toe is a bullshit game. No wonder chickens are able to play it. You know, when they're like, there's a chicken on Route 509 that's able to play tic-tac-toe. You're like, uh-huh. There's a monkey that eats its own shit as well. That was a Friends reference, by the way. He says that there's a chicken that plays tic-tac-toe on a route. Pipe game. Well, it's fucking easy when there's less of you. It's literally just put the pipes down and then rotate them until they're in place. It was very, very easy. It was hard with a lot of people. There was some games like even with the hard-bought tic-tac-toe probably would have still been too hard because there was too many people. But I think the puzzle for the lock, you guys had the code, so you would have done it if there was more coordination. And obviously the lag wasn't there, but the pipe puzzle, I think you guys would have gotten if we give you more chances at it, and the lag wasn't there either. Because I think you guys were getting it, and I think like 3 or 4 more runs at it, you guys would have started getting really coordinated with it. But it was also like we were getting towards the end of the videos, and I was like, I kind of want to like ramp it up and like keep the momentum going. So I didn't want to like slow down the puzzle. So there was a couple at the end that we were basically giving to you. Like we were teeing up some of the easier puzzles, like the rat maze again. Because the rooms were all cycled randomly. But like the first time through, we were like, let everyone see all the rooms first. And then figure out what each of the puzzles are and then come back and try again. But then towards the end, it was like, let's just start teeing up some of the rooms because people are like really into the narrative. So let's start like giving them more. So we give you a couple more chances at like the pipe one, but it started to be, the lag was just clearly an unforeseen circumstance. So we decided to just speed things up. Speaking of momentum, got any more ego treats in the works? Oh yeah. I have 2 other things that I'm like working on that one isn't as big as this stream, and the other one has the potential to be pretty good, so. No, it's gonna be fucking great. I shouldn't say pretty good. It's gonna be awesome. But I'm very excited for it. Am I gonna play God of War Ragnarok? Oh yeah, baby. Absolutely, that's my most anticipated game after Elden Ring this year. And I'm so excited to play it. I don't have a code for it yet though. I was hoping to get it this week. Because it would be nice to be able to get the entire game done before it comes out on the 9th. So then I could just go and not get like spoiled and have people ruin it in chat or in comments. So we'll see. I'm very excited for it though. Great music. Amazing. And we also have Thankmas coming up. Thankmas is going to be happening December 9th, I believe, is the date. But I gotta get like announcements and that out soon about it because I'm so behind because this Iris thing took up so much of my brain power over the last 6 months that I'm like behind on a lot of stuff. So I mean, I do it every year, but a lot of people only know it's happening when it's happening. And I've reached out to like a bunch of creators and none of them are like responding or like talking about it. And I'm like, other people are doing projects for charity and don't know what charity they're doing. And I'm like, you could just, Iris, Thankmas is there. You could just funnel it into Thankmas. Like I've picked a really good charity. We're doing it for World Central Kitchen, who send people out to like the front lines to give food to areas like war-torn areas, and they're doing big stuff with Ukraine this year. So we're doing it for World Central Kitchen. They basically like send chefs to the front lines to cook food for people. So they're a really great charity, and I'm excited to be working with them. I'm like, we can do so much good if everyone will just answer their messages and play ball a little bit, you know? It's because it's not, you need to like entice people enough. Like you can get some clickbait out of it. You can get some virality out of it or something like that. You need to give them like, you can get a good video out of it or something like that. Because right now it's like, you'll do good for charity and everyone's like, whatever. So it's like I need more incentives for it. But again, I've been so busy all year, not only with like coffee rebranding, and having lots of calls about that and like, which are super fun. It's been really fun to like get in, like stuck into the coffee stuff and like really like, it feels like when we made it the first time again, because the coffee's like 2 years old now. So it's like, let's get in and like spice it up a little bit and spruce it up and make it look a little nicer and cooler. Because now we know who our audience are. When we made the coffee first, it's like, I want to like get in, make the coffee, have everyone take it seriously. It's not just some YouTuber trying to make a quick buck out of coffee and the coffee tastes like shit. Like, no, I took it seriously and made like a really good coffee and my name was nowhere on it. I just used my face to promote it, but it's, it was just a really good brand and I was really proud of it and really, I've gotten like glowing reviews about the coffee constantly. So I'm like, yeah, it's a good product. The beans are good. It's good quality coffee that's worth like paying for. My mom is very skeptical about the coffee. Now it's her favorite. You will not believe the amount of people who have told us that their moms love the coffee. Like not even as a joke. There are an inordinate amount of people, like way above average, that are saying moms love the coffee. We got to go big on Mother's Day next year. We got to cater to all the MILFs. So I'm glad people's moms like the coffee. It's like there's some dads that like it, but everyone's moms seem to love it. But yeah, it's been fun to like get into the coffee stuff again and be like, okay, now we know our audience. Let's like shift sort of like the packaging a little bit. It's been very fun. But again, taking up a considerable amount of my time. Same with like getting sick and traveling. Like I traveled for the Iris thing in August I didn't get sick then, but it definitely took a lot out of me to like be jet lagged. I did all of that acting jet lagged. That's why I look so tired. But doing that and then coming home and then what did we have after that? We had something in September. Oh, we had like friends coming over. We had friends coming over in September, and then we had friends over at the start of October and showed them around Brighton. And then we went to the YouTube Summit in Spain, like middle of October, like the 18th to the 20th. And then I got really sick from that. And I really thought it was COVID. I was on the plane on the way back being like, uh-oh, I'm not feverish and I don't have a cough, but my joints are starting to ache. And I was like, this feels like the last time. And then a couple of days went by and I was like, I still kind of feel like that, but I'm not feverish. And then I started getting a cough and I was like, uh-oh. And all my tests were negative. And then 4 days later, I got a fever. And I got an awful fever for 2 days. I was like bedridden. And I was coughing up my lungs for that week. And I still have a bit of the cough, but I'm on like a steroid inhaler and like antibiotics and everything because I have a terrible immune system. And the asthma doesn't help. But I got really sick from that. And I even got the thing on my phone being like, notification, you came in close contact with somebody who had COVID. And I was like, oh, fuck. So it is. And I took like 9 tests constantly and they were all negative. So I think, we looked it up and it's like COVID is like fever immediately. And that's like one of the first signs. And then that levels out and then you get the cough and everything else. And then we looked up, okay, what's a flu? And a flu is like cough first day, aches, and then fever 4 days later. And I was like, that is exactly what I got. So it was either a respiratory virus or a flu or both. And all the tests were negative. And I was like, man, I have only ever had like one flu in my life ever. And it was when I was like 10 years old. And it was when I like hallucinated that Robert Downey Jr. was in my house. And I remember having a really bad fever. And I've never been that sick since. So that's the sickest now that I've been. It was so much worse than COVID. Like COVID was like, oh, this sucks for like the first 2 days, but I wasn't that bad, and I had like a bit of a cough, and it lasted a while. But the flu, that cough was fucking terrible. I was on like non-stop paracetamol, or acetaminophen, as you Americans would call it. I don't know why it's different over here. But I was like taking that as much as I was allowed to by like the recommended dosage on the box. And that was a godsend. Yeah. Brand name Tylenol. But we've like soluble. We have Panadol here, which is paracetamol, which is acetaminophen, which is Tylenol. So they're all the same thing. They're just a painkiller that are good for reducing fevers. But I have like soluble ones because my stomach gets fucked if I take pills. It's almost like if I take a pill, my stomach like explodes. You prefer ibuprofen? People with asthma aren't allowed to take ibuprofen. So I couldn't take that either. You can, but it's ill-advised. Because I took it before when I was younger. And I took it as an adult for like a migraine. And then I went to the doctor and he was like, you're not supposed to take that. Let me Google it, because I think ibuprofen and asthma, NHS. You're not allowed to take it if you have increased risk of bleeding, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. To make sure ibuprofen applied to the skin is safe for you, tell your doctor or pharmacist if you have kidney problems, asthma, hay fever, allergies, stomach ulcers. So it's like you can take it, it's not going to kill you like immediately. I shouldn't be saying this. But it's because ibuprofen affects your blood. Obviously, you just shouldn't be taking anything that can fuck up your asthma. It's the same with there's like beta blockers you can take. Like Evelyn's on propranolol to like as like a beta blocker to block adrenaline for like anxiety and tension. And I talked to my doctor about it. He's like, you can't take that because the adrenaline response is really important for asthma and it can give you like asthma attacks. But everything has like crazy side effects. Yeah, people who have asthma are advised to take ibuprofen with caution. If a person has asthma, takes ibuprofen as a painkiller, it can cause symptoms of asthma or inflammation on the insides of the nose. So it like affects your airways. So it's not like you're going to take ibuprofen and your fucking chest is going to explode. So if you have taken it, there's no need to like freak out. It's just more about like, especially if your asthma is flaring up, you really shouldn't take it. And especially if you have a respiratory virus and you have asthma, ibuprofen is not advised because it will just make things worse because it can change the way your airways work. I mean, these are all the things that probably should be told to people because last year I got the first migraine that I've ever had. I thought I had migraines before. Anyone who thinks a migraine is a bad headache has never had a migraine. And that was me. Because I was like sitting down in the kitchen. I think I've told this story. And I started to see like shimmering on the side of my eye. And I was like, uh-oh. And I was like, I think I'm about to have a migraine because Evelyn used to get ocular migraines or like shimmering migraines. And that they can happen without pain or they can just they're like light sensitive migraines. or they can just be the shimmering. It's whatever. People don't really know why migraines happen. And that happened to me, and I was like, oh, this happened to me when I was like 21. And I remember talking to my Korean girlfriend on MSN Messenger, and I couldn't read the screen, and I thought I was going blind, and I went to bed, and I woke up and it was gone. But there was no pain to it. So then I started getting the shimmer, and I was like, oh, that's what that is, right. And then I told Evelyn, she was like, yeah, that's a migraine, like you should be ready, because it could be, like the pain could kick in. And then, oh boy, I felt like someone took a fucking nail and a hammer and just stuck it right in the back of my head. That was so much pain. I had to go lie in we have blackout blinds in our house in some of the rooms, and I had to go stay in a room with blackout blinds with not a single other thing happening. And I just lay there in silence for an hour because I got so nauseous, so much pain. And then after that, I was like, oh, I can't think. I was like, man, this fucking brain fog from migraines is no joke. And it happened again then the next day that I went to my doctor about it, and he gave me triptans, which are like giga chad painkillers that are like specified for like migraines. And I took those, and it like killed it immediately. And I was like, oh, thank God. And they were like, we'll give you a set of these, and if that ever happens again, just take one. I was like, okay. And I was like, man, that's never happened before. And they were like, since this has never happened to you before, and migraines can be a sign of something really bad, we're going to send you to a neurologist. So I got an MRI done again. I got an MRI done for my tinnitus before. Came back fine. It's just annoying, but it's not like degenerative, and it's not bad, like physically. So I got an MRI done for the migraine as well, and they were like, no, everything seems to be fine. And I was talking to the neurologist, and he was like asking me a bunch of questions, and I had like my AirPods Max with me, the Apple ones. He was asking me a bunch of questions about them, and I was like, why is he so interested in these? And I was like, oh, you're like talking to me to see what my speech is like. Got it. And I didn't know that until after, but he gave me the all clear as well, and saw nothing crazy. But then when I got COVID at the end of last year, that brain fog has not gone away. I feel like getting COVID has fundamentally like changed my brain chemistry, because I have a harder time. You know, sometimes you say a sentence and it's like the hard stone, and you're saying like the starred hone, and you're like, huh, brain fart, ha ha ha, weird. I would get that like once every 4 months maybe, or it wouldn't be that big a deal. Since I had COVID, I get that like 10 times a week now. So I fuck up my sentences way more, and it takes a really hard amount of time to like think about my sentences now, and I can't like follow. Like reading a book is fine sometimes, but sometimes when I'm playing a game and I'm trying to follow instructions, I just can't. And that's why I got the ADHD diagnosis, because I was like, is this ADHD or is it like long COVID that's happened? And the ADHD meds didn't like change much about it. It hasn't like changed my my brain fog at all. It kind of helped a little bit, but it didn't help as much as I was hoping it to. So I think it just fucked up my head. But it's hard to like say that, because then people are like, yeah, sure. And what do you really do about it? So it's like, fuck. I think COVID just actually fucked up my brain, and it could be permanent. So they do say that it could mess up your brain. Like people who got the early COVID and lost their sense of smell and taste. It's like, yeah, that altered your brain chemistry and like killed part of your brain basically. But yeah, it sucks. So they happened like so close back to back that I don't know if they affected each other, or it was the migraines that did it, or if it was just the COVID. But yeah, I legit felt like I was getting Alzheimer's. I was like, because I have health anxiety as well, so anytime anything like that happens, I start to like really catastrophize things. Like I had the fever for 2 days, and Evelyn's had a bunch of fevers in her life, and she was like, it's fine, you're fine. And I was reading online, it was like 39 degrees or above, you're supposed to call the doctor. And I was like 39.3. And I was like, but I feel okay. And I was like, am I dying? That's the way my brain works. So having brain fog like that and not being able to think about things, and especially like coming up with ideas for Iris and stuff, like it just took way more effort to do it than it did in the past. And I'm like, oh God, I have no ideas today. It's like, just sit back, relax, like take a deep breath, meditate a little bit and let your brain sort of relax. So if any of you are feeling it, it's not like you're not alone in feeling it. Yeah, Googling it always makes it worse. 39 is pretty high. But when I got COVID, I think I hit 40.2 or something like that. It didn't last long. It lasted like 2 hours and then immediately went back down. But I was like, oh fuck, this is like... It's like if you have like 40-degree fever for like a day, I think it's like fear of your organs shutting down. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Let me see. C to F. That was like 40.2. So I got up to 104.3 Fahrenheit for like an hour or hour and a half. And I didn't know. And then everyone afterwards was like, that was like really bad. But thankfully it didn't last very long. Again, my immune system's just shit. I think because I have like digestive issues, so my immune system just doesn't work well. Jesus Christ. Quackity! Real Quackity? Real one? Thank you for the 25 gifted. Appreciate that. Is it because I was telling a sob story? Should I tell more of those? Should I talk more about how I'm immunocompromised and I have asthma? And I get sick all the time? But thank you, that's very sweet. Quackity, if we ever meet in real life, I'm gonna rip the hat off your head, just so you know. I'm not, but I just want to put the fear of God in you for a second. They were pity subs. Nice. Love that. I love a good pity sub. So half the channels on Twitch revolve around. It's really a business. It's a good business model to have. Big Q in my Jacksepticeye stream. The big man himself. What has he streamed recently? Probably Minecraft. Oh, 10 days ago cooking stream? Alright, well fuck me then. Good job. Good for you. Uh-huh. How's your drumming going? I haven't played drums in like 8 months. What's your flask? Random question. It's Game Grumps. Aaron sent me like a care package. And I've gone through a ton of water bottles. This sounds like a plug. And it should be, because it's a great one and they made a great thing and I'm proud of them. And Aaron helped me out a lot for the Iris shoot. So you should go subscribe to them and buy all of their merch. But I've gone through a lot of different bottles. I was using like a glass one for a while. I think you guys saw me use it. And I liked that one. But I've gone through a bunch of different ones and this is the only one that I've consistently loved. So it's like 1.5 liters. It's great. I did episodes with Game Grumps, by the way. We played Mortuary Assistant together when I was in LA, and the episodes are only coming out now because it's Halloween. But hey, Trey, thank you for the subs. Trey, we were talking highly of you earlier. But I did 2 episodes of Mortuary Assistant with Aaron and Danny that are up now. But I also did some more episodes on other things. So, I don't know, I don't think they've gone up yet. Hey, I'm Grump! No, they haven't. So, those will go up eventually. But it was very fun. I love recording with them. Actually, hey, Kid Fox, thank you for the subs. I really love recording with other people. I get so my humor is so different. I'm so much faster. Clearly, my fucking brain is falling apart on my own. When I'm on my own, I'm like, was that funny? Haha, me. When I'm at other people, I get immediate feedback, and I'm like, oh, I know how to make you laugh now. I'm gonna try harder. You love the corridor collab? Thank you. That was very fun to do. I'm so pissed. I did so much work for that game in that video, and they cut it all out. They cut it all out because they had to balance the video to be like, oh, it's me versus Mark. But we put in so much more time and effort than Mark's shitty game. He reskinned a game from the Unreal Engine store. We made a game from scratch. We wrote logic code that we wrote like 5 or 6 different logic systems for that to make the shark find us, to make the ass cheeks inflate. Mark reskinned a fucking endless runner on the Unreal store. But they had to balance out the video to make it seem like we were both working just as hard. Fuck that. I worked twice as hard. I really don't care. It was a very fun video and actually ended up better for it, but I wanted more of our game to like be shown. But Mark's looked better. That's what happens when you plagiarize and you just slap different skins on a different game. The game was done. All he did was make it look pretty. It was easy. Yeah, but good job. Think smarter, not harder. There is something to be said for that as well, yeah. No, I legitimately don't care, but we had like so much work. It was mainly for Sam, because he worked really hard to figure out those logic systems, and like he sat down and was like, okay, how do I do this? And then he came up with some like really clever ways of doing it. So he wrote like so many logic systems. The logic system, by the way, is like, we want to walk forward and hit the spike and have it inflate ass cheeks and make us go higher into the sky, which is what my game was about. So you write logic for that, like, okay, character steps forward, hits thing, you connect those. What happens when you hit thing? Inflates ass cheeks. What happens then? You connect like everything to everything. Yeah, it's the cause and effect of the game. Whose game was better? If you don't fucking vote me, I'm ending stream immediately. But Sam worked really, really hard to make the game, like, do all that stuff, because I threw a lot of crazy shit at him. Because when we sat down, we were talking about it a lot, and Mark was like hyping up Unreal Engine because he's wanted to do it for a really long time. And I was like, oh god, he's going to like come up with something like really intense, and like he's probably been practicing it in the background and like seeing the other guys make stuff, and I was like, oh god, I'm in way over my head. So when we sat down, I was like, okay, try hard mode. I was like, what does Mark love? He loves fat asses. Great, got it, do that. And I was like, what does he hate though? I was like, he hates the ocean. So let's make a game about the ocean. And his way of playing it is that his incentive is to save the fat ass. But he's scared of the ocean, so there's a shark chasing him at all times. So I was like making it up as I went along. And I'm really proud that it turned into like a fully fledged like actual game. Like we're like, okay, guide him this way through the maze of the terrain. We like painted out a place for him to like actually walk to it, and he found it first try, and I was like, okay, actual game design. He found it first try. Great, it's intuitive. But it just, Sam worked so hard and wrote so many systems for it, and then they like showed it all off on camera, but then for the video it's just, I guess it's not as like you need to keep the pace of the video going, and you need to keep things interesting and keep it be like head to head, back to back. So the video ended up better not showing all of that stuff, so I completely understand, but it was just, Sam worked so hard in that game, and it was just, I wanted everyone to like see what he did. Because I threw a lot of very complicated problems at him. Because I was just like, I was fucking trolling. I was like, what if we make fat ass cheeks? And he was like, you technically can. And I was like, don't tell me that. I'm going to do it. And I was like, what if we made a shark to chase him? And he was like, oh God, how do I do this? And he managed to get it to work, but we just didn't have much time for like the paint to go over like the polish on it. We tried to put like a different skin on our character, like a really like seductive lady with fat ass cheeks. I was like, Mark is gonna love it. It's like Lady D. And then we put the skin on and it broke the game and I was like, okay, fuck it. Just make it blank. But it was a very fun experience. I'm very glad I got to do it. And people who watched the video seem to really enjoy it, so that's the main thing. Because I've tried Unreal Engine before, or was it Unity? Back in the day, back when I was like 20, and I used like World Engine or something to like build a terrain. And I built like an open world map that you could walk around in, but I have no idea how to do that anymore. It's like anything, you kind of have to just do it a bunch. Thank God I won that poll. Bright Swim, thank you for the Prime. You have to do it a bunch, like back to back, over and over and over again to really get the hang of it, to really like know what you're doing without looking stuff up. And I mean, they even had to look stuff up. As much as I had to ask them, like, how does this work and how does that work? And like I learned a little bit by the end of it, like how to connect things and like make the logic and everything as well. But even they had to look stuff up of being like, how do I do that? Like even changing the gravity of the world to make it seem like we're underwater was like how do we do that? So Sam was like, hey Siri, how Unreal Engine documentation kind of thing. Don't listen to that. God. Stinky Siri. What inspired you to make Iris? The overnight watch stream we did years ago. If you search Jacksepticeye overnight watch, there's like highlight videos that people have done where we did a charity stream, and instead of just ending the stream and going to bed and then coming back the next day, we did something that kind of kept the stream going in between, which is people at the Maker office, who is now dead and buried. Not the people, the company doesn't exist anymore, but they were like an MCN that I was with, and they recorded a whole bunch of stuff at their office, like creepy stuff, and my manager was in it. My manager Nicole, who is incredible, but she was the one who had her hair over her face like the Ring girl, so she had fun with that, and they just recorded a whole bunch of stuff, and like random shit would happen every now and then, but it was all like pre-done. But people at the time thought that they were able to interact with the stream. Like if they got more viewers on, they wrote /zoom, it would zoom in on one of the cameras. So there was a lot of stuff like that in it that we were like, okay, well let's just do that, but actually have it be interactive now. You could so easily be an actor with how good you are at it. No, that's very sweet of you, and everyone's been very, very kind about their compliments about it, but I still have an extraordinary amount to learn. But I think that was a great experience and really showed me like how far you can push things and how far I should push myself if I ever do it again, which I will. I mean, I am Chase. Are you interested in Hollywood style or self-made YouTube stuff? Why not both? I would love to make something for like a Netflix or a Hulu or Amazon Prime or anything in Hollywood. TV show, movie, give it to me. I don't even have to be in it. As long as I can like help make things, I'm happy to do it. It's so fun. And anybody who's watched me for any length of time knows that I love movies and I love sound design and I love cinematography, and I talk about it all the time. Waiting for Ryan Reynolds to react to Iris. Maybe I should text it to him. Hey Ryan, did you see my Iris video? It's pretty cool, huh? But I did text him for his birthday. And he said thank you. Isn't that cool? How wild is that? I was on my flight home from LA as well after filming everything, and they had aviation gin on it, and I was like, and I ordered one, and I put it on the thing, and I took a picture of it and sent it to him. Still a fangirl, yeah. Always. I love him so much. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions about the project that I didn't answer, then let me ask. Can we have a hint to what ego is next? No. Or what Alter 5914 is. Alter 5914 I give a hint about on the Iris Twitter today. Like a redacted kind of document. Oh, you guys have no idea how much I love a good redacted document. I've written like 40 of them. I love a good redacted document. Oh, they're so cool. When you like have the document and you write it and it's like some of the information is scrubbed out and it's like, oh, what does it mean? It never gets old to me. A redacted, a fucking confidential document. Oh. Hell yeah. I love them so much. How are people reacting to that document? Oh yeah. Look at the likes. So you guys got a peek at... There was a sign on the wall that said Alter 5914 is a time thief. Don't be like Alter 5914. Because there's always those, any company has those fucking time thief documents up on the wall, you know? It's like, don't be a time thief. Don't steal company time. So I thought it was fun to have one of those, but in universe for Iris, it's based around like an altar that basically steals time. But I like everyone's theories on it. I like everyone's theories on everything. It's my favorite part of about doing any of this stuff. Like, I heavily look up what people are saying about these types of things because I'm like, where are people's minds going? Like, some people come up with stuff that I never would have thought of, but I'm like, that's a decent theory. It's not right, but it's fun. So it's like seeing people make up their own theories about it and where it's going. It's like, I'll never please everybody, regardless of how I tell the story, because everyone just has their own theories. But it's like, hopefully the stuff that I've come up with, I never take like what people have written and then turn it into the story. I guess the egos themselves are kind of like that, because a lot of people came up with that stuff. But I'm trying not to like... I'm trying to like still have my own story at the same time, and hope that people really like it. Let's hope Pat makes a theory about it. That would be so cool. He doesn't have to, but that would be fucking cool. I'd be curious to see what he thinks about it all. But yeah, the theories are my favorite part about all of this. That's why everything's so vague all the time. It's so much more fun to see you all go away after a stream or a video and like write all of your theories and all of your thoughts and all of your combinations of different ways it could all work together and how it doesn't work together. It's just so cool. And all the fan art that comes out of it is so amazing. People are so quick and they're so talented, and the fact that something I made can inspire people to make something so cool. It's amazing. I love it. It's like me inspiring that stuff, then inspiring me, inspiring that stuff. Who do you think killed JFK? An altar. I guess this is dumb, but what's Iris exactly? It's not dumb. You just are. I'm joking. I always thought about that when my teacher said shit, where it's like, there are no stupid questions, just stupid people. I kind of wanted them to say that to me someday. No, it's not dumb because it's like new stuff, but IRIS stands for Inspiring Research of Impossible Science. So they're a company at the sort of center of this whole ego universe. And that's about it. You can kind of like glean a lot of the rest of it from what you've seen. You've seen kind of like the inside of the building now a little bit. You've seen some people that work there. Did you see people be using their alter as their names on Twitter? Yeah, that stuff's super cool. I love when people get inspired to do that as well. Like people make themselves like alter number whatever. Yeah, I have some cool like behind the scenes pictures as well of some of the people who were involved in it. Yeah. Especially the stunt people, because it was so convincing that they were dead on the ground that I kind of want to show you. Oh, actually, maybe it's on my phone. I'm just going to show my phone to camera, and that's about as good as it's going to get. I got it way back now. All the way back in August. Yeah, this lady like lying on the ground with like a hole in her head. It was so creepy. She was just lying there for ages. And I was like, can you just keep your eyes open for a picture? What's really fun is that this blood that's on the ground is made out of rubber. So it's just like a rubber flap that you can like bend and fly around. And if you just put it on the ground and like polish it off, it looks exactly like a puddle of blood. Because they came in with it on set and they were like, we could use this for your blood. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, that's so not going to look good. And I was like really worried about it. And then I saw it on set and I was like, oh, whoa, cool. That's blood. Blood. Yeah, I have a cool picture of me next to the other guy. He was dead too, a little dead man. And then look at those puppies. Put those grippers away. Yeah, super fun. I also have a video of Chase hitting the floss down the hallway. Scariest thing that has ever happened that day. Because of course, Chase feels like the kind of character. Remember Chase Brody doing trick shots? Of course he would floss after doing one of them. But I was just like waiting around and then like Ethan getting the shot of... This is like the worst way of showing this. I'm sorry. I don't have it on my computer. It's just Ethan shooting the scene of Chase being scared of Auntie. It was very cool. I have 1,000,001 behind the scenes pictures. But a lot of them are like, they're not that interesting to look at. I posted some cool ones yesterday on my story on Instagram. See if I can find... Oh yeah, I should show you the rig. Can I... Let me just actually open that in... in OBS. Oh lord, that's a big picture. What up, Chase? Here we go. Maximum quality. There he is. This is so stupid. That's the rig I had for the floating. So I was sitting on 2x4s here, and then the camera before the feet come into frame is down here. So Ethan was like grabbing the camera here. That's why we had to wipe frame, because we had to get this thing in frame. So we couldn't do the camera coming down and around and then cut to this, because we needed to bring this rig in. I initially wanted to do like an actual wire rig and have me floating like on wires and then actually like float down into frame like that. But the set we were on, there's nothing above this to connect wires to, and there's nothing strong enough to like hold a person's body weight. Fucking calling me fat, thanks set design. So we just decided to improv this. But behind this, 2 guys had to hold this while I was on it, because otherwise the whole rig like fell forward. Again, call me fat. So when I got off, then they had to lift sandbags off it to like balance everything out. So it was like a whole act of coordinating it. And then that shot that you guys saw was the very last one we did. We tried like, I think we did like 20 takes to get it right. And then we were like, okay, we only have 1 shot with actual blood on my feet. Because otherwise we have to clean it off and then we have to reapply it to my feet, and we're running out of time and lunch was kicking in and everything. So we had to like figure it out on the spot, and it worked out pretty well. Here's another one. Is this gonna be massive as well? No. Zen Brody! He's just chilling. He's getting ready for his moment. This was just practice, so I didn't have, we didn't have the rig, like, going at that point. Obviously, because I'm not dressed up as an auntie. Oh, this one's so cool. God, I lost it. Hold on. There's so many. There's like 1,400 pictures. This one. That's so cool. Damn. I like that one. There's some like behind the scenes ones like this, like lighting tests, making sure everything looks right, moving the lights so it's the cap isn't like covering my face with the light too much. There's Ethan working his cameras. There's Mark checking out the camera. There's me and Ethan talking about shots. You know, just Hollywood. Just Hollywood things. It's hard to see. These previews are so small. Here's some like miserable chase shots. He looks so fucking tired. Yeah, here's a better look at the rig. So I had to like lower my feet like that and then hop off. And the guys are in the back holding it down to make sure everything's balanced. So when I hop off, it doesn't all fly the other direction. Because we also had to keep the camera in place. This is us testing out some shots. So it was like trying to see what certain things would look like. So instead of like getting the camera out, moving it, and because we needed it for other shots, it was like, let's just use our phone and like move it around, and like that was us testing out the shot wrapping around to get to Auntie's perspective in between takes. We were like, I think that works if you like hand it off. So we like just recorded on the phone to see like, does that look good? Use whatever you can get. Everything works. There he is! Just hanging out in the hallway. It's so weird to see it without like the character stuff. Why are your feet so veiny? Why are you so judgmental? I was traumatized. I was stuck there for a long time. 7 days, and then big demon man showed up and tried to kill me. Yeah, there I am. That's me doing the actual takes. So you had me up top, like lowering my feet down. Then you had Mark handing the camera to Ethan on the other side. He's just out of frame. And then Ethan would like walk through that door on the left, on my left shoulder, to like wrap around. And then we had like a couple of cuts to hide the wraparounds, because it's hard to like, unless you have a gimbal and an easy rig for it, which we didn't have, it's hard to do. But like, here's some of the shots, what they look like before any of the editing. So the set itself was really cool. We had like a shit ton of fog in it that you could fucking barely see anything. We did like 5 takes of the camera coming around the corner where I had my mask on. When Ethan like rounded the corner with the camera, and you see Chase down at the very end with Auntie's legs like going. Another thing you'll notice that Auntie's legs go either side of Chase, so he's like between him. So it's like Auntie's like all around him. Symbolism. But we did like a bunch of takes, and because it was so foggy and the camera was like the other end of the hallway, no one knew that I had the mask on. No one knew I had the mask until I was born with it. So, like halfway through it, I was suddenly like, oh wait, shit, and I took it off and threw it to the side. So none of those takes made it in, obviously. There's some cool shit. It's fun. There's a couple of fun pictures with the stunt team, but you guys haven't seen that footage. I'll use it at some point. There's Chica. They were the best actors of the entire day. There's Aaron. I'm glad Aaron seems like he was having a good time. So serious. So this was like, we did a take, and then I would come out and have to listen to the audio and like watch the shot and be like, okay, is it the way I want it to be? Is the acting good? Is the take good? Is the lighting good? Camera work good? There it is again, so serious. This is what like we were looking at on playback. So if you wanted to look back at it, it kind of looked like this. I mean, it's just standard camera shit. I don't know, this is like the other side, so this is the part you never got to see. Did Ethan do most of the camera work then? Ethan did all of the camera work. Here's me getting mic'd up by the sound guy. What kind of stuff haven't we seen? Here we are going over the script, because everyone in set has their own script to like go through to like see the beats of the scene, because if the camera needs to shift or the lighting needs to shift, you need to see the scene in full. So this is me going over the script with Ethan being like, okay, I'm going to get to here, and then we're going to do this, and then this, this, and this. Basically directing. Sad man. At least he has his tennis ball. Yeah, these are great pictures. Jocelyn did such a good job with them. I like this one. What's he thinking about, you know? He's thinking about shitting and a pissing. Probably. Oh, for free? You bet your ass it's for free. Why would I ever charge people for feed pics? There you go. Chunk Brogy's feet. Oh yeah, baby. Here's me getting makeup. Learning my lines. So paranoid that I wouldn't know my lines, and then I got on set and I was like, oh, I knew all of them. That was easy. There wasn't that many of them. Here's Ethan being Ethan with his fat ass. What else? What else? What else? There's a, let's see if I can find it. There's a, I don't know why I always do the same pose when there's a fucking camera on me, but I always show my ass to the camera. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh, yep. So the guys were talking about the shot and I was like, is this good? And Ethan's like testing it on camera. Giving birth to my creative genius. Yeah, that kind of stuff is so cool. Because I'm always fascinated by the way stuff looks here versus how it actually turns out. Yeah, he's real scary now, huh? Real intimidating when you take the veneer off. That's his come at me, bro. I think there's another one like that. Now he's just stretching. Look at all those dead bodies in the back. There's a lot of stuff from like just pictures of the posters on the wall in case we needed high versions of them, high quality versions of them. There's some like really high quality pictures of Aaron. I really have to send them to him. Here he is, looking over his script. Oh yeah, I don't know if these were in the other pictures, but like the lighting arrangement. So these like reflectors, so it like reflects light back on your face to balance things out. I don't know if I have a picture of that. So like what I was seeing versus like this. So this is what I was like acting to. This big white sheet on the left and then a big black one on the right. Trying to make sure that the lighting is like balanced on your face. But this is me and Aaron making each other laugh. So a lot of the lighting was like just shooting from the hip. Our beautiful cafeteria that someone completely remade in Unreal Engine that looked so fucking good. I was so impressed that it was like 1-to-1. Yeah, that's where the scientists go. That's the poster with Alter 5914 on it. Yeah, they were like, should we have top of the morning coffee in the background? And I'm like, no. As fun as that is, I don't want to like distract from it. I want it to be like serious. Getting more makeup. You know, as you go. This is like that hallway that Chase gets dragged down and is like screaming. That's what it looks like without any of the filters. So we actually had like the red lights coming through and everything. In case it didn't come across on camera as well. Which is, that's the other thing I forgot to mention that. So this is like a direct reference to the Dark Silence video. Where you see Chase walks down the hall and then Auntie's in the red room and like turns and looks at him. So this is the reverse of that. So So now Chase is at the end of the hallway and Auntie walks down it and finds him. And that's why Chase says that he's been here before. So how many people figured that out already? There I go. And dragged away. There I am hitting the orange justice. I just love, why is it so dumb to do like Fortnite dances when you're not supposed to be? Yeah, this shot is cool. In prison first moves me too cool. See if I can find another action shot of him. Yeah, being like dragged away. Very fun. That's it with the doors open. And then there was like a removable piece of wall. So there's like a let's say like a 6 foot wide chunk of this wall beside Ethan that is just on wheels. So at the end of the door, you can just wheel it in behind you. So that's what was behind Chase. And it just makes it look like you go down and like turn the hall. So it's all like tricks to just make this space appear bigger. So we just had that up, blacked out the sides of it, and just pumped it full of fog. That's a good shot. The sort of like desperation, the struggle, and then Aaron's not even looking at him. Love that. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of pictures, but most of them are just like burst shots of the same scenes. Here's Ethan on scene. Look at him go. They sometimes, here's the three of us looking over shots, making sure everything looks good. It was very fun. It's just fun to make shit, you know? What is this one? Oh, cool. It's Auntie waiting for the word action. It's weird. It was so short-lived. Like 3 days is not that long. From like, we were up at like 5 a.m. each day heading to the set. What's this one? Cool. And then these ones, but I've like I've teased like the better versions of these. Are you gonna post these? I don't know. Maybe on Twitter, but after a while it's like, you're still posting these pictures? There's Ethan and Henry. Oh, Aaron. What a cutie. Yeah, this is like a reverse of that lighting setup. And then me at the very end when it was all done. I love as well, when I uploaded the picture of me being done, everyone was like, why is his hair so weird? Why is he wearing a wig? Like, guys, I just went through hell and back. I just got dragged down a hallway. I've been wearing a hat a lot. You know? Why it does look like a wig. So, whenever you see shit like this, even though it's like I said, like 22 minutes of content, but so much time and effort goes into even making that happen. So it makes you appreciate how hard it is to make a movie. Is the man bun going to make a return? I'm going full, man. You won't need a man bun when it's all long. It just takes so long to grow hair, you know? I don't know, I've never grown my hair out before. And it was starting to get really long, and I was like, what if I just let it go? And see what happens. I'll pull the Aaron Yeager. You know, where you tie it all back. We still have the front bits down. Aaron Yeager. Do you wear wigs? No. Never have. They make me cough a lot. Tatakai. Eren. Ryoiki Tenkai. You ever seen those TikToks going around where somebody's like, I got all of my friends to say. It's like I got all my friends to say shit from like anime. I was like, Urusendayo. Or from Jujutsu Kaisen, Ryoiki Tenkai. Like the domain expansion. When will you wear wigs? That's a good reference. Will Mark make an appearance? No. Mark has his own universe going on. I have my own universe going on. He wore a broccoli wig once. That's true. What's your favorite sound design part in Iris? Oh. I think maybe the echo voice. Because Trey worked really hard to get it to sound cool. And it paid off massively, because I'll see if I can find the original sound. No, that's not it. I have it somewhere. Maybe not. Did I delete it? I don't know. But it's basically just like a lady going, oh, and that's kind of it. Oh shit, I really thought it would be in there. No. All gone. But yeah, I really like that because that was exactly what I wanted. I was like, it should be weird, ethereal. It should sound like somebody's actually talking to Chase, like in his head, but the audience can't hear it. Going back and watch the old ego vids hits different now. Yeah, it's crazy how like low effort they are now when you go back and look at them. Like everyone freaked out at PAX when I did that like anti video to set up my panel, and then now looking back at it, I'm like, it's not a whole lot to it. I've like risen my own bar way higher now, so this is what I have to like live up to. But yeah, I am very glad that people enjoyed it and people had fun and people just had a cool experience out of it, because that's the whole low effort. You busted your ass. I mean, I did, but just back then I did. It was a lot of effort, but now it looks low effort in comparison, I was saying. The whole point of this was that the community would like come together and have something fun to do. And I'm glad that that paid off. And I'm glad that people really enjoyed it. So it's a success in my book. The fact that the game didn't break when we were live is also a massive success, because I was really worried with so many people interacting with it, it was just would not work. And there was a couple of moments where it like messed up, but it wasn't obvious what had happened, and you guys didn't realize that it was broken. I think we were broken, honestly. Yeah, I'm proud of where the ego stuff has kind of branched to. And I'm glad that people finally start getting to see some of the broader universe that we're building. I'm very proud of it. I think it's great, and I think there's a ton of potential in it, and there's so much more to come and so much more to see and do that I'm just excited for people to just interact with it more and get to like dive into that world a little bit more and see what we have up our sleeves. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me on the stream. I gotta go eat. And we've been streaming for 4 hours. That went by really quickly. But yeah, that was Project Iris. Thank you guys so much for watching it and making it what it was. And hopefully we can bring the ego hype back to the channel. It's been a really long time and very few and far between when these things have been happening, but hopefully this has given people enough to like chew on for a while and you can make up your own series. I'll be reading, so like lay your theories out as much as you want. Go nuts, because I love that shit. It's my favorite part of doing all of this, so I'm very excited to see what people are gonna write. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. And I guess I'll see you when I see you. Thanks, guys. Okay, bye-bye now. I leave. Okay, bye-bye.